it's me doing an intro to a podcast, something I've never done. So, I actually have already recorded the podcast. It was recorded several hours ago and part of yesterday as I'm recording this. Ignore the traffic outside. I find doing an intro, I don't know, it's so wildly unnatural that it starts off a conversation off on the wrong foot. So I decided to axe the intro and do it in post. So here it is. This podcast, if you, for whatever reason, enjoy our podcast, it is not about video games. It is not about anime or cartoons or pop culture at all, really. This one is much more personal. It is an interview, essentially, with my mother, about my mother, and some of it ties into me and how I grew up and stuff like that. I think it's interesting. My mother is unique, I guess. Well, I mean, everyone's unique. But, I mean, she was a mother late in life. She ran her own business. I don't know, I guess that's really it. But even still, the podcast, again, yeah, it's about her, life advice, and stuff like that. So it's a little different, but it's something I've wanted to do for a long time now. So, without farther ado, here is me talking to my mother. Enjoy. I spend too much time looking at it if I have it up in front of me, so keep it closed.
Yeah.
So, I've told you before, this is Duncan and I have, I just told you radio show.
Right.
Well, this is what it actually is.
So,
I just say radio show because it's easier to explain to you.
Oh, okay.
Oh, so my light's flashing at you?
Yeah.
That might just be me then. But yeah, we just sit down and talk. Now, normally him and I talk about game news and cartoons, whatever's going on. But obviously, we're not going to because, I don't know, you wouldn't be able to hold up much of a conversation if that's
I
what
would
we
last
talked
20
about.
seconds, maybe.
Now, there's something I wanted to do with you and Dad, both. Ship has obviously sailed on one of them.
Yeah.
I just never had the time to do it when I go home because I was always going here or there.
Yeah, that's true.
And anytime you and Dad were down, it was only for a couple
Short
hours
time,
usually.
yeah.
I wanted to get a start to finish on your life. Basically, an interview like if you were a celebrity. Well, because everyone cares where celebrities came from, how they grew up, where they went to school. They all want to know that stuff. But my idea was get basically a recording of your life. And I'm going to, at times, jump in with any questions, comparing it to like anything you see today or stuff like that. Because you have a
colorful life, so to speak.
I don't know if I was going to say that, but you're in a position that a lot of people aren't in. There's really only one life thing that you have not done.
And?
You're not a grandparent yet.
No.
That's about everything else you've got under your belt in some way or form.
Yeah.
Good, bad, or otherwise. You got pretty much everything except for grandparent.
Yeah. I guess so.
Which maybe if you ever are one, maybe I'll do another one.
Up to this point, yeah. Mm-hmm.
Actually, I'm a lot louder than you, so I'm gonna put that more towards you. So I guess start at the beginning. Well, I guess I know it's impolite to ask how old a woman is, but it's not like I don't know how old you are anymore.
Would you like me to say how old I am?
You can, or just say what year you were born.
I was born in 1956 on a farm.
And now I imagine the 50s are pretty blank to you because you wouldn't be that old.
No, I don't remember very many things at that time.
Well, because I don't.
I remember starting school. That would have been in 1961. I never went to kindergarten. There was really no. Well, there was kindergarten, but it was private or you had to pay. Like there wasn't a public kindergarten at that time. But my parents didn't send me. I just went.
Now your
to
school, was it grade 1 to 8 was all in one room?
One room school, 8 grades. One teacher taught every subject to every child.
Yeah. Now, you would be more familiar, where we still have family in the area. Is it still like that there? I know.
No, not today, no. The school is
because I know that area is still not that big.
No, but the children are all shipped out now. Well, after up to grade, I went in that school for 5 years, 1 to 5, and then I had to start traveling on a bus to go to bigger schools because they were doing away with one-room schools. I don't know if it was too much on the teachers or...
But I imagine it's not easy tossing 8 curriculums at once.
Well, it'd be more than that because each grade would have so many subjects you had to learn them, you know, and the one teacher had to teach each grade. But I think what they did, I can't even remember how they did it actually because I think she would start at grade 1 and either they would read or something. She would go to the next grade, give them something to do and go through each grade, then go back to the start and then go again. Because if they had learned different subjects, she had to do everything. So I think that's what she did, like go through each grade and make sure each one had something to do, then she'd go back to start and check in. Because, I mean, we learned every subject that we had up to that grade.
Now, I can't imagine that was the best way to go through school. But you obviously don't have anything to compare it to because that's what you did, that's what your siblings did.
When I started to school, there was 3 persons in grade 1. Myself and 2 fellas. That was it. The biggest grade, I think, was at that time in that school, I think was grade 5. I think there was 5 students. But the rest of the grades, there was like 3 or 4, and that's all there was. There was less than 30 kids in 8 grades.
Yeah.
So it was.
And nowadays it's 30 kids in one class.
To one room, to one grade. And then there's more than one.
Well, it's not even 30 kids in one grade, it's 30 kids in one class, and then there might be 2 or 3 classes of that
that's
grade.
Right. Yeah. So
well, because when I went to school, there was probably, I'll say 25 kids.
In
grade
many,
1, but there was 2 different grade 1 teachers.
Yeah, but even if I counted the kids when I started, there might have been less than 20 in 8 grades. I can't remember like how many was in the school, but because you mostly only paid attention to what grade you were in because that was your work. Like you couldn't concentrate in the rest of them. You had to do your own work.
Well, in a school so small with so few people, what was, if any, was bullying like when you have such a... I imagine you're closer to everyone when you all say the same school for years.
I don't recall that going on in that small school because, like you say, it was such a small neighborhood and most everybody knew everybody else. Like, I don't recall any bullying actually going on.
I imagine that didn't start till high school.
Well, I don't know. Well, might have started in middle because I was in 2 or 3 different schools to go to school from 1 to 12. Like, I was only in the one-room school for 5 grades. And then 1 grade I went to another school that had 2 grades per classroom, which was 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, up to 8, but there was only 4 rooms. But there was 2 grades in each class. And then I left that school after 1 year and went to another school for 3 years, which would have been like middle school, grade 7, 8, and 9.
Yeah.
And then I left there and went to high school, 10, 11, and 12. And I had to travel by bus from grade 6 up. Because they weren't none of them were within walking distance, only the first one-room school. But to get through school, I had to go to 4 different schools just to go from grade 1 to 12.
Well, I guess before we go into more school stuff because they're gonna start getting into different age ranges pretty quickly. Correct me if I'm wrong. You are the oldest.
Yes. Yeah.
What's it like being the oldest? Growing up in a house. Now, obviously, because I have a unique situation where I am the oldest, but I'm also not the oldest.
Yeah. Well, in my situation, it was always anytime something happened or something was, the parents would immediately go to me. Well, you're the oldest. You should know better. You automatically got blamed if somebody done something they shouldn't have because you're supposed to set an example. You're the oldest. And if anything else was done, they would, every time it would be, well, you're the oldest. You should know better. You shouldn't do that. Like, they're not going to learn if you're doing stuff you're not supposed to or whatever. But you were always getting blamed for whatever, even if you didn't have anything to do wrong.
Now,
because you were supposed to set an example for the younger ones.
There's not a huge difference between you and the youngest.
5 years.
Yeah, that's not huge.
No.
Now, does that mean in that little one-room school, there would have been at one point where you and every single one of your siblings was all in the same room?
No. Only myself and the twins, because I only went there for 5 years.
Okay, so as you left,
I left, my brother would have started the first year.
Yeah.
I would have been gone because, I had to be, there's 5 years between us, but because he was born in the spring, I was out of that school before he actually started. So, I don't know what he was like there. Now, the twins were only 1 grade behind, so they were always where I was, except for, maybe they were when I went to grade 6, because we all moved out of this, I don't know how that went. Well, no, he might not even went to that school. I don't remember if they moved when I moved to the next
it would make
school.
sense to me.
Yeah, because
if you have kids that age, it's easier to keep them all in the same spot.
Yeah, they probably did. They would have been in grade 5 in the same school that I was in grade 6. But my younger brother, I don't know if he went there for grade 1 or if he went... I think they done away with the 1 room. I can't remember, actually.
So, if I was smart, I knew I've wanted to do this for a long time, but I never once wrote out a timeline of things, so I'm going to end up jumping around a bit.
Okay.
Just as it comes to me. So first, I guess let's go to your parents.
Mm-hmm.
What did they do? Because I actually don't really know.
What they did?
Honestly, I've got a rough idea what your mother did, but
what they did for a living, you mean? Well, I was brought up on a farm. My father had some cattle. He had pigs sometimes. He had chickens sometimes. Not all the time. We never had any horses.
Yeah.
We always had dogs.
Chickens and
pigs
cows were gone by the time I have any memory.
Yeah, well, we did have chickens and we had pigs.
I knew there was the chicken coop, but there's never anything in it.
Yeah, well, when we were young, we always had chickens. Dad always raised so many. We always had cows and always had
cows have been
pigs
forever.
usually, but we never had any horses or any other types of animals usually. Just those 3 things. That's all I can remember. But when I started to school, my father started to work out off the farm because, well, I really don't know why. Well, there's no money in that because he wasn't selling milk from what cows we had. We just consumed it ourselves, what they produced. So he had to work out in order to make money once there got some kids in the picture because kids need things and you need money. So Dad started to work out when I started to school as a carpenter. That's what my father did. He worked for the same man until he retired. He never changed jobs. He worked for the same person.
Well, that's sort of in the norm of that time.
Yeah.
That's something, to me that sounds like something you do in the 50s.
Yeah.
Is work for one guy until you don't work anymore. And did your mother work? I knew she worked for a little bit.
My mother was a stay-at-home mom. She didn't work. When myself and the twins were teenagers, my mother went out to work for a short period. I don't know exactly why. She probably worked for 10 to 15 years, but that was all she worked. She never worked any more than that. She worked in a restaurant cooking. She was a pastry cook.
Well, yeah, and that's all I knew. I didn't know when that started or when it ended.
When I was a teenager, she went out to work.
Now, well, then how was it? And again, this comes from different times because, well, I mean, you have an idea now how much money has changed and everything.
Yeah.
Is as a carpenter, which I imagine didn't pay crazy amount.
No.
Was able to support him, his wife, and 4 kids.
Yeah.
With no real problems.
Only 4 made it. Yes. Out of 6, only 4 made it.
Now, see, I only knew of 1 that didn't make it because I knew there was 1 before you.
Well, there was 1 after my brother Peter.
So 1 after the youngest.
Well, actually, it wasn't born. My mother was pregnant at the time. She had a miscarriage.
Now, do you remember that at all? Because you would have been 6 or 7.
She never told us.
Okay.
Because we didn't find out about that until, well, probably I was up in my teens.
Well, that makes sense.
Before we knew. Because there was probably no reason to tell us.
Well, it's a little heavy.
My mother didn't look ill. I mean, she was 3 to 4 months along. You can't tell when people are 3 or 4 months along. They don't look pregnant. So there would be no way to tell unless she said. But normally stress or something traumatic causes that.
Yeah.
And my youngest brother would have been, I think Peter was 16 months, maybe. He was a March baby. And this happened in June. My grandfather passed away.
And you think
June.
that's what might have done it?
Well, it was her father. So they figure that's what caused her to have a miscarriage at that time. Loss of her father. Like the stress of it. Like she couldn't, yeah.
And it must be, well, it's almost ironic to not be kind of morbid about it that the first one didn't make it and the last one didn't make it. But all the ones in the middle were fine.
Yeah. And I didn't realize, coming to talking about kids didn't make it, I didn't realize the first one that didn't make it, the problem with them was they had heart trouble.
No, I think you told me that.
But I didn't realize that for a long time. Didn't sink in to myself. And I'm like, yeah, okay. Yeah, they had well,
because they...
I don't know if it was a hole in their heart or they had something wrong, but it was 1947. Medicine was not very good back then. Like,
well, that's quite a few years before you then.
7 years before me.
Okay.
40. Yeah. No, sorry. I'm sorry. It wasn't 47. That's when my parents were married. 49.
I mean, that's still
7 years before me. I was 56. Yeah, because I would have had a brother 7 years older than me had he lived. Yeah, 1949. Yeah, my parents were not married in 1947. I was born in 56. But being young, as I get older, I often wonder why, if they get married in 1947, why was I not born until 1956, which is 9 years later. I thought, why did they go without any children for so many years? But
well, especially at that time.
I didn't realize that they had one 2 years after they were married, but didn't make it. So possibly that's why they didn't have any more right away.
Well, especially at that time where it seemed like it doesn't happen as often today, but definitely at that time you get married and you had kids right away.
Yeah.
Almost always. So yeah, it would seem a little odd.
Well, yeah, as I aged and realized that I was the oldest in my family, and I'm thinking, how come my parents were married so long and no children? But that's why a death 2 years after the marriage that they probably didn't want to try again right away, so they didn't.
Well, I guess going back to really only having one parent work, at least for a little bit, or most of your life, really. Were you ever scraping by, or were things fine? Because again, you didn't get paid as much back then, but your money went farther, so.
Well, yeah, the money probably. Well, I mean, we didn't have.
Well, compare it. like, obviously, I know no one listening knows, like, how I was brought up, but compare it to, like, put it in perspective for me. Would you say you were better off or worse off or about the same as me and my brother were?
I would say not worse off.
So about.
I don't think you were better off either.
So about the same.
Like probably about the same because it's
Which
just
is
the way
more, which is more than enough to get by. I'm sure you probably had a sibling or two, or yourself, who thought it was fine. I'm sure you had a sibling or two who thought you know, not keeping up with the Joneses type thing.
Well, that didn't really come into play when we were young because everybody was about the same. Like there was none of this keeping up with the Joneses.
Well, I guess you kind of lived in the middle of nowhere, so.
Well, everybody had or didn't have the same things. Like, so I mean, nobody was ahead of anybody else. Like everybody had the same amount of things, I guess, because there was nobody that wanted what your neighbor had or what their kids had or what, because nobody had anything better than you or worse than you.
Well, and I guess a lot of stuff.
Everybody was on the same keel, basically, I suppose.
I guess a lot of stuff like that doesn't really start happening until around, say,
Later.
the 80s.
Later,
where
yeah.
things like toys and stuff are coming out. Where nowadays there's something new every 6 months.
True.
Well, what about television?
We had television. Well, what do you want to know about television? We did have television.
Yeah, well, I guess that's really all I wanted to know.
We did have TV.
I mean, I knew you had one.
I can still see it sitting in the corner. It was a square box with two big round knobs with legs like coffee table on it. And that's all it was, just a square box. It was black and white. It had rabbit ears or an antenna on the roof. Like, that's the only way you get the channel. There was only 3 channels on the TV. That was all there was at that time.
Having a rough idea of stuff that was on back then, was there anything growing up that you looked forward to seeing, like run home after school to catch or wake up Saturday morning or whatever? Was there anything, like, as a kid that you watched
No, well,
that you got excited to see?
no. We spend more time outside than inside. Like, we watch TV. Saturday morning, everyone had chores to do. You know, you had, my mother would have a list. You do this, you do this, you do this. Same as gardening. My father would designate. Everybody had so many rows to weed, like, but you spent more time outdoors than indoors.
Well, I think
so far as looking for something to watch on TV, like
I
what
think part
little
of that,
time we had, we watched whatever, but
part of that plays into most people didn't grow up on a farm, so there wasn't that much to do.
no. I mean, on farms there's work to do from daylight till dark,
Yeah.
as they say, but I mean, when you're a kid, it's not quite the same because you don't have all this work to do that the adults would.
Well, no, and they're not going to work you
well,
all day because you can't.
You're a child, yeah. But I mean, we were expected to do certain household things. My sister and I would be designated. One would sweep, one would dust. Dishes was always shared between 2. As we grew older, it was always we took turns. My sister and I would do them one night. The next night would be my 2 brothers. And we would take turns.
Well,
simple as that.
Be it housework or farm work, was there anything that you actually liked doing? Is there anything you didn't like doing?
Well,
because I know for me, like nowadays, I don't mind doing dishes. I can do dishes all day. I don't care. But I hate doing laundry. I can't stand it.
Well, we never did laundry. We never. I don't think we even. Well, because I mean, laundry was done in the old style washers with the ringers in them.
Yeah.
They
So
didn't
by
have
hand.
modern day. Well, no, not well, kind of. I suppose it would wring them out, but the clothes are always hung outside on the lines.
Yeah.
I mean, we didn't usually hang them out, but we were expected maybe to get some of them in. But my mother always done the laundry. Like, I mean, you'd have to make sure, whatever was needed to be washed was where it was supposed to be, but we never actually learned how to do it with the machines not at that time. Maybe we were too young. Maybe she just figured wasn't time for us to learn. I don't know. But I never learned how to use a wringer washer. And that's what we had.
So it was all basically the same to you then? Nothing you liked to do, nothing you disliked. It was all just had to be done.
It had to be done and you did it. That's all there was to it. Like, there was no, well, I don't want to do this or I don't want to do that. Like kids
Oh,
know.
I'm not saying not wanting to do it. Because there's like, I mean, I live on my own, essentially. So if there's stuff that have to get done, I'm still going to do it, but it doesn't mean I like it.
Yeah, well, I can't think of, I don't know. I can't really think of anything that I disliked to do. Like, it was just, that's just the way things were. You had things to do and you did them. Like,
well then,
I didn't really learn to dislike things, but I don't know.
Well, let's swing it back to more modern time. So you were always growing up, always heavy on chores, always had something to do. Was it basically every day you had something to do?
No, once a week mostly.
Okay, once a week. Well,
I mean, daily you might have the odd things to do, like dishes and whatnot,
Yeah.
but certain things like sweeping and dusting and those kind of things, like that was a once a week thing that had to be done. But other than that,
even if it is once a week, fast forward from that point 40 years, when you have kids of your own.
yeah.
Me and my brother never really had any chores at all.
Well, that's my fault. Things should have been done a lot differently than they were. Because, to me, all kids should have some form of chores to do. Because they don't learn responsibility if they don't have them to do. Like, it's harder for them to learn things like that if they don't do them.
Yeah.
Because they don't understand what goes into doing things if they've never done them. They have no idea. And that's not their fault. That's the parents' fault.
I think to a certain extent.
Yeah. I mean,
I think you start getting into your teenage years, it starts to switch to the kid. And by the time you're late teens into adulthood, it's definitely the kid's fault at that point.
well,
Because I think at some point you should click in on your own.
not necessarily. Like, some people may not.
But also, I'm a little biased because I'm just speaking how I saw things.
Well, you should still have been learnt or taught.
Now, that being said, even though I knew I should have been doing chores, I still didn't do any.
But, I mean, kids don't openly offer to do things.
No.
Like,
Well, because any kids would rather play.
sure, that's
I'm sure even when you were a kid, you would have rather played, gone out and done something.
But I mean, when I was growing up, we were always taught, once you do whatever, once you have this done, you can do what you want the rest of the day. Like, you've got all this may take you an hour, then you're free the rest of the day. So, I mean, once you get into that mode of, oh, well, it's only an hour, I can do that, and away you go. But nowadays, kids don't look at stuff like that. They look at it totally different nowadays. It's like, it seems to me nowadays that young people think that somebody owes them something.
Well,
They're entitled to things what they're not.
I don't disagree with you, but I'm wondering, because I don't really have the best perspective on it. Because I don't have any friends. Any friends who I have with kids are all so young that there's really no, like, that stuff hasn't come up yet. They're all,
Oh, okay.
like, the oldest kid I know is 2. You're not going to give a 2-year-old chores.
No. I mean,
Now, I never thought to ask my brother about his kids. Suppose I could have. But,
yeah, they're old enough.
yeah.
I would say, in my own personal opinion, in order for it, I mean, they should probably know when they're like, once they start to school, they should start to learn certain things. Like, I mean, maybe how to make their bed. They maybe don't know how to do it. You maybe could start learning them or teaching them how to do it. But I mean, by the time a kid's 10, you should be learning to do a few things. Like, that should be automatic. Like, when you get up in the morning, you find your clothes, you get dressed, you make your bed, you eat, you go to school. Like, but not all kids do that. But I mean, if it's not learned over a period of time, like things that have to be repetition in order to pick it up. If there's no repetition or no guidance or nobody there telling you that, well, okay, you should do this, you're not going to do it because you had nobody telling you, or you got no need to, or why, or it's why do I have to, you know.
Well, I guess back to when I was a kid, why do you think you didn't push us down that road?
Honestly, I don't. I kick myself now because you would probably be farther ahead in knowing certain things if I had done what I should have done, but I didn't, and I just think for some reason I thought I was helping you by doing everything for you, which is a big mistake. You should never do that. I mean, that just makes things way worse in the long run.
I mean, I
didn't see it then, but I'm seeing it now. Like,
well,
I mean, I caused that. I created that because I didn't do what I was taught, which I should have. But I don't know. I must have looked at things my parents did.
Well, that's why I asked
different.
if you didn't like chores, because typically, if there's something your parents do that you don't like, it makes sense that you wouldn't repeat it with your kids.
Well, things that, like you say, things are different too, as opposed to being on a farm or not on a farm. So things are different.
Well, I guess the biggest thing would have been, were you ever beat?
Oh, yes.
And I know that another one of those of the times things.
Yeah. If you did something or didn't do something, you would get a tuning of some form. Usually it was my mother was the strong arm. My father, he looked at things more casually. He was always that way. Like, unless you were out committing murder, it wasn't that bad to him. That's the way he'd look at it, basically.
Yeah. Well, I mean, even up until their 70s,
yeah,
from what I saw of them, really no different.
I remember once. I remember only once being punished by my father, and before that,
Did you kill a man?
No, I don't know what I did, but it had to be quite bad because I had to sit on a chair for an hour.
That's not that bad.
And not move. Yeah, but when you've never had to do that, that's bad punishment.
Yeah, but I just compared.
And when you have to sit on the opposite wall of a clock.
But the alternative is getting beat. That doesn't seem that bad. Now, I say beat. I imagine you were just struck.
Well, yeah, not literally beaten to death. Like, no. Like, my mother would get a yardstick out and swipe it at you once or twice, or a fly swatter, or whatever she could get her hands on at the time, or her hand, whatever. Well, like, if there was nothing close.
And when you were in school, they still hit you in school, didn't they?
Yes, you got the strap or whatever. Yes, that was still permitted up until, well, I'm going to say middle school. The only reason I say, because when I was in grade 6, I can remember guys being sent to the office for the strap, which was a leather strap, yay wide and so long, that the principal would use on kids on their hands only.
Yeah.
Like, they'd get, depending on what they had done would determine the number of strikes they would get. If it was minor, you might get a couple. If it was bigger, you might get a half a dozen. You know. But after that, I don't... The only reason I say not in middle school was because they must have done away or abolished that, because I remember in middle school we had a sub-teacher at one time, grade 7 or 8, and she struck a kid with a book, and she got dismissed for that.
Dismissed for the day or for good?
Well, dismissed, and then it was looked into. But I mean, they must have changed the rules sometime from the time I was in grade between 6 and 8, because when I went to this other school, they were not allowed to strike a child, and up to that time, it was a given in any school. It wouldn't matter. I mean, if they were out of line, the teachers could punish them, like however, you know.
Do you remember if you were ever struck at all?
No. No. I don't remember. No. Not that I ever was.
So you're not saying...
I like school.
You're not saying no for sure, but you're just saying you don't remember.
To my knowledge, no. I don't remember being punished.
So if you did, it would have been maybe once or twice.
Yeah, I
not
don't
something
remember.
Regular.
I don't remember ever being struck in school because I like school. I I remember when I was a kid, I used to play school all the time. I used to think I'd be a teacher. It's funny, I never went that route, but I used to think that. For years when I was a kid, I used to play school all the time.
Well, I don't think what you play as a kid, it was just, especially how young, necessarily plays out to what you're going to do.
Well, no, but...
Well, because you would always... I remember you told me years ago that you and Dad both thought I was going to be a dancer. So I'd dance all the time.
I suppose.
That clearly didn't happen.
No. But I mean, I went through school not knowing what I wanted to do. I had no idea what I wanted to do. Because they start when you're in, just before high school, they'll start. Well, what do you think you want to do? Well, I had no idea. I had no idea. Because that decides whether you go to university or college or community college, whatever you do. They start, bugging kids at that time to figure out what I said, I don't know what I want to do. I have no idea. But in the meantime, I was always cooking in places. That's all I ever did.
Like if there was ever get-togethers, would you ever be cooking for people?
Sometimes, yeah. Depending. But I mean, I started learning to cook things when I was probably 10 or 12 years old. Because my mother cooked all the time. So if you're nosy, you get in there and how do you do this? Or why do you do that? Or how come? And you learn how to do it. But I don't look at it as work. Like, your father would never understand that.
Well, to peel the curtain back, you've worked as a cook now for...
over 40 years.
Yeah.
But I mean, it's not like work I don't consider it work. I do it because I like it. And I can see the difference in people that do it for a job and people that do it because they like it, like me.
Yeah.
I can see the difference because I work with people. They just do it because it's their job. And you can tell because they don't put in. Because I can't understand. I go places and people go on and on and on about things. And I'm like, I cook no different than the other person does. But it must be the way I talk, the way I do it, the way I don't know what it is.
I think that's every job. I think every job we're going to have people that some way or another get into it and it's not their thing. And they just stay there because it's a guaranteed paycheck.
Well, yeah, that's true too, yeah. Because there's one person I don't work alongside, but they work for the same company as I do. And they say, like, there's nothing wrong with what they do, but it's just they work because, like you say, it's a paycheck.
Yeah.
They don't take pride in their work, or they just do it because it's a duty. They got to do it because they're getting paid to do it. That's why they do it. Not because they like to do it. They do it because they're getting paid to do it.
Mm.
I mean, I work. I mean, I wouldn't work for nothing now, but I mean, at one time, wouldn't bother me if I didn't get money for something. That would be the least of my concern.
We'll get into that because we're still 20, 30 years between school and cooking.
Yeah, school and work, yeah.
So I guess, no, do you have any, eventful memories, a family trip or anything like that from, say, whenever you start remembering things to, say, high school? Because I don't think you're really that much of a person until about high school. I think in middle school you're still trying to figure everything out.
Well, when I was young, my father would take us out for drives every Sunday. That was a given family thing to do every Sunday. You'd never go to a specific place. We'd just get in the car and they'd say, well, let's go for a drive. You'd never be going to from point A to point B. It would just be something to pass the time. You go look at the countryside.
Yeah.
You'd never go to the same place. You'd always go a different route. Like, it might kill an hour or two a day. Like, we always did that. That was something that we always did as a family, every Sunday. Always. I remember far as going any place, the only place I can remember since I was young that I can think of, because I can still see the pictures too, I was probably 10 to 12 years old, maybe. We went to Hopewell Rocks, and I remember seeing that giant flower pot, or the rocks that looks like a giant flower pot. Like, we never went really far, because my father was not a type of person that liked to travel. My mother didn't mind it. My father didn't like it. He was a homebody. He didn't like...
Well, and he was always the one doing the driving.
Yeah, so we didn't go too far. But I do remember going there when I was young. But other than that, I don't remember... I mean, we would go to a few little places, but... Like, we would go to Moncton to visit the zoo. Or we would go to what they called Animal Land when we were young. Have a picnic. You'd take a lunch with you and away you'd go. But I mean, we didn't go all the time. We didn't go a lot. If you got to go once in a summer, you were lucky. You know, like some distance. But we would go on a drive every Sunday, but that was just what we did. But that was our entertainment. That's what you did.
Mm.
Yeah.
Well, okay, so I guess we'll go to high school. And you graduated when you were 17?
Yes.
All right, so we'll try to keep everything high school range for now. There's one thing I want to talk about specifically, but I'll get to that at the end, I guess. What were your, if any, was your social life like at that time?
I didn't really have much of I was a loner. I didn't have a lot of friends. I knew a few kids that I went to school with, but I mean, I didn't hang out with them because of where I lived. There was no one of my age close to where I lived. Mm-hmm. So I had no one to hang out with as far as, female acquaintances, because they were all either older than me or younger than me. There was none my age, like anywhere within miles of where I lived. So other than when I went to school and hung out with them around the school, there was very few, like 2 or 3 maybe.
And this is, well, I don't even think that area even has it now, but no public transportation too far out.
No.
So I imagine stuff like that doesn't come in until you start driving.
Yeah, and I didn't drive till I was 26.
Okay, well, I guess until you get friends who can drive.
Yeah, yeah. I mean, when I was a teenager, there was a few guys that we knew that lived close, like fellas I went to school with, their brothers or sisters would drive, and they were older. Mm-hmm. Sometimes they would take us places, sometimes not. We'd hitchhike sometimes. We weren't allowed, but we used to do it. If we got caught, we'd be in trouble, but...
Okay, so that was pretty much always frowned upon then.
No.
Because it's no different than now.
No. Yeah.
Well, okay, so... I guess sort of in that age range and a little younger. Because I know roughly... It started around the 80s, so I'm curious as to what it was like maybe before that. In the world of stranger danger. Because that didn't start till the 80s with Johnny Gosh. It's the only reason I remember that name, because it's a strange name. Because before that, they didn't think people took kids.
No, I don't have much recollection of that when I was young, any of them issues of that, because...
Well, before that, as far as I know, at least to one documentary I saw once a year ago, they said it's something people never thought about. Now, everyone, you can't not think about it. Can't leave your kid alone for 20 minutes.
2 seconds, yeah. No, that didn't cross. It just wasn't relevant at the time. There was just no one thought about that.
Then I guess the aversion to hitchhiking is just general murder, I guess.
Well, there wasn't even much. You never heard about that very often. Like, no one ever thought about that when you were doing it. You never thought about.
Well, no, not when you're doing it, but
no.
Like the reason why your parents would scold you for doing something like that, I imagine is...
I don't know exactly what the reasoning was behind it. I remember they used to just say that, don't be doing that. But I don't know if they ever gave a reason, but sometimes you just didn't ask. You just accepted what they said. You didn't question it. You didn't. That was one thing you didn't do much. If they say, well, that's the way it is, well, then you just took it as that and moved on. You didn't question stuff like kids do nowadays. You just didn't. It was like whatever your parent says, that was a law. That's the way it was, and you just accepted it and moved on. You didn't. Well, how come I can't? If someone's, it was never like, well, so and so does this. Why can't I do this? You didn't have any of that because it just didn't exist.
Well, I'm not gonna say I'm a proponent for it, but I wonder if some of that does have to come with where you could beat your kid. If you talk back to them, you're gonna get hit. Where nowadays,
you're not supposed to touch them.
The kid will talk back, and I'm not saying hitting your kid's right, but that's probably why back then more people took their parents' word for what it was, because
you get a backhander or something, yeah. And when, like you say, nowadays you don't. And people will say now, they even say that's what's wrong with a lot of society today, because a smack never killed any of us.
No.
I mean, we all lived to tell about it. Like, it wasn't that bad. It just kind of, to me, it basically was just knocking some sense into you, basically. Like, give you something to think about.
That was another thing. I mean, like, you never hit me or my brother.
No.
I imagine there's times you wanted to.
Oh, yes. Everybody goes through that. You could just wring your neck at times. Like, it's just, you get to that point, you just can't take any more. Like, you figure that's the only thing that's going to bring them around to your way of thinking. But that's not the answer either.
Well, even if it might be a controversial opinion, depending on you're sitting on it, what do you think these days? Do you think people should be allowed to hit your kids, or do you think it's better that we don't?
My honest opinion, from what I see,
and I'll just say a smack. We'll keep it at that.
Okay, yeah, I agree. Like, I agree that should be allowed. Not to beat the child severely, but
well, I mean, no, because that wasn't even allowed when you were a child. I don't think. Start beating them, hitting them, once or twice is one thing, but beating them up's a different story.
Yeah, no, you didn't hear that. I mean, the odd people got a few smacks, like 2 or 3 maybe, but no more than that, and that's all you got. You would learn from that you don't do that, or you don't say that, or whatever the case might have been. But I myself agree that if they're out of line, that you should be able to at least do that once or so. Like, that's my opinion. Like, I might be in the total wrong, but I agree that only because I went through that, we weren't severely beaten. I mean, if we did something out of line, we got a little smack and say, okay, now don't do that again.
Yeah.
And if it happened a few times, like over the period of time, you would learn that, well, I'm going to not do that because I'm going to get a beating, or I'm going to get a slap, or I'm going to get this. But nowadays, I find, like, I don't know if things have gotten to a point. It could be just the times, the generations. I don't know. But I find kids today, like, I wouldn't want to be a kid growing up today. I would not.
Now, well, when do you think that started? Do you think that started with myself? Or do you think that's a little later than me?
I would say a little later than your generation. Like, up a little more after you. Yeah, no. I'd say there's still... Like, I find kids today, I look at it and I just shake my head. I'm like, really? Like, I mean, everything's pushed to the limit nowadays, I find. Like, kids 5 years old, every kid 5 years old has a phone. That's just utterly ridiculous. What does a 5-year-old need a phone for? Like,
well,
to me, that's just ridiculous.
When you were a kid, did every kid have a watch?
No, probably not.
I'm just trying to think of the equal, like,
cool
tech thing at the time.
Well, we didn't have any tech things, so I'm trying to think. But when I was a teenager, we got a color TV. And up until that one.
Well, yeah, but that was for the family. That's not you.
Yeah. Well, we never had any. We had a record player. We had a little portable radio. my sister and I, like, that's all we had. There was nothing, there wasn't electronics, like, they just
Yeah.
wasn't that kind of stuff.
Well, I'm trying to think of any equivalent. I don't know. A yo-yo.
Well, yeah, see, that was not, that didn't take anything. Like, stuff like that, like marbles and yo-yos and things like that.
Well, there you go.
We had things like that, yes.
It's no different. Price is a little different, but
Well, yes, but
all it takes is one kid to get something, and then every kid wants one.
But when I was growing up, like I say, as far as I could tell, everybody was on the same keel. Everybody had the same thing or didn't have the same thing.
Well, it's no different than today.
Well,
No, I think a lot of people have too much, but
yeah,
it seems
I
like what
agree.
most people have, everyone has. Obviously, like, exceptions is like incredible wealth or poverty. There's going to be some disparity
Well,
a little
yeah,
bit, but as far as
There's just too many
gizmos, gadgets.
things nowadays. Like, people don't know how to conversate. Period.
Well,
It's a technological era that people can't talk. If you put 10 kids in a room, if they didn't have a phone attached to their hip, they wouldn't know what to do. Because they couldn't text each other back and forth in the same space.
Oh, well, they're not talking to each other. They're talking to people who aren't there.
Well, yeah, but even still, like, how in today's society, how do they get people to conversate between themselves? Because
They don't.
it doesn't happen.
Everyone is socially inept, including my generation. Some people are a little more adjusted than others, but I think my generation started with we don't want to make phone calls, because I'm definitely part of that. I will if I have to, but I don't like to. If I can order something online or save me making a phone call, I'll do it. I'll still go somewhere in person.
Yeah.
I'd still prefer to go to a store and pick something up than order it online.
Yeah,
But,
okay.
well, for example, last night we got pizza. I didn't call them and order a pizza. I did it online. But we still went and picked it up.
Well, yeah, that's a little, yeah.
But I know a lot of people my age who don't like making phone calls.
Yeah. But there's too many people nowadays. I find they're becoming like robots because there's no interaction between people. If you go, like you say, if you go to a mall to buy something, you go to a store, everybody in the store has a phone
We sat
in their hand.
People watched for almost 2 hours a couple days ago.
You don't see anyone without a phone.
No.
Anyone from the age of 5 up has a phone attached to their hip. If they don't, there's something wrong. They figure there's something wrong. If they don't have a phone, like, they gotta have. But why? Why do you gotta have it? Why? What do you need it for?
It's your everything.
Why? You talk. You don't need a phone. Like, kids today, I'll give you an example. When I went to my brother's at Christmas there, kids at the table, they were drawing, but they were drawing from their phones.
I think that's fine.
They had the phone on the table, they were drawing. I'm thinking,
Well, that's reference. And do you mean they had a picture up on their phone and they were drawing that?
Yes.
Well, that's fine.
but I mean, why do kids that young need a phone to draw a picture? Why can't they
Just
do a
imagine
picture
a
from
picture.
memory or
Well, okay.
get it from a book?
If you look at it that
or-
way, I
yeah.
don't disagree.
Yeah.
But if a kid just has a picture up and they're drawing that picture, that doesn't
Yeah.
bother me.
And I mean, these kids are like 10 years old maybe, and I'm thinking, why does a 10-year-old need a phone? How many people are you going to call that you need a phone or a text or what have you? I said, they're always worried about accidents on the road with people texting. Why do they have so many gizmos that do things that cause this, that people would do it? Because if they didn't have them, then they wouldn't have all these accidents via
Well, I mean,
texting.
you can't
Like-
make things. If you assumed people would be using whatever while driving, we just wouldn't have anything.
True.
You can't do anything while you drive, really.
Well, you're not supposed to, yeah.
I mean, we wouldn't have makeup because you put on your makeup when you drive. That'll get an accident.
True.
Phones. You shouldn't even drink. Not even alcohol. I just mean drink.
Drink and
period.
eat, yeah. Drink and drive, yeah.
Eat. I mean, you do anything in a car.
Oh, yeah, everybody does. You eat and drink in the car, like even if it's pop or coffee or what have you. Yeah.
Well,
That's true.
actually, sort of a tangent. I should pull up the video for you after all this. The guy who won Canada's Worst Driver this year, they say he's the worst person I've ever seen. He's from St. John.
Oh, go away.
Yeah. There's some footage of him driving around the city. It's pretty
Somehow
that
rough.
rough.
Doesn't surprise me.
But segueing from that, when was your, I guess I'll call it a bad car accident?
My bad car accident?
Well, you haven't had teeth almost your entire life.
Yeah, but that has nothing to do with a car accident.
Wasn't that a car accident?
No. No. That was due to bad teeth, period. But, no.
Why did I always think that was a car accident?
No. I lost my teeth at 17. I was still in high school when I lost my top teeth.
Yeah.
But it was due to whatever was wrong with my teeth at the time. Like they were, I don't know. I had them taken out and teeth put in when I was 17.
Well, then, ignore me. I could have swore it was an accident of some kind.
No. My teeth were all slanted too bad for starters. It was I have the opposite of buck teeth. Whatever the opposite. Buck teeth, your teeth slant out. Mine was the opposite. Mine all slanted in. And it was very hard. They didn't meet together and this and that. And I don't know if I had other things wrong with them. But yeah.
Well,
I don't really know what the issue was. But they were all taken out on top when I was 17.
well, then move on from that.
Move on.
When does in your social life, when does like, I guess, partying start? Because you said you didn't really have that many friends and you were pretty bookish, I guess, growing up. But I know based on some things I know peppered throughout your life. I know it started at some point.
Well, there was a few times before I was 17, not much, because we were not allowed to go out till the age of 16. We could not date. That was not allowed. I used to hang out with the odd friend here and there, like go to their place and we'd go out or go to places that we weren't supposed to, like sneak into the drive-in or go to a place that would be a bar that you were underage that you could sneak into, stuff like that. But I was probably 16 to 17 at that time, because that's when I left home after I finished school. But before that, there was only a few times that you tried a couple of things, but other than that.
Well, okay, so you moved out when you were 17?
Yep. I graduated school, I was gone. I got out of school in June, I was gone in August. Gone.
I guess that's not...
Never away from home before.
Well, I guess that's not that weird. It's no different than someone if they moved away for college.
Well, yeah, you graduate school, graduate.
It just sounds weird to me because I didn't move until I was 22.
Well, I didn't get on with my mother, so the quicker I could get out of there, the better I liked it. But when I got out of there, it's like I didn't like it because I'd never been away from home before. I didn't know what to do. I didn't know anybody. I'm going to a job. Like, I moved away with a job when I went. I had a job, but I didn't know anybody in the city. I stayed in a room. Well, it wasn't a rooming house at first. I stayed in a... Well, there was ladies. I forget how I even got the place. There was ladies in the city that had apartments that had lost their husbands. They were widows. So they would take young girls in to board, you know. It would cost $15 a week to stay.
Yeah.
You had the use of their house or whatever they had, you know, and you worked or went to school or whatever you did. And that's what it cost you to stay, $15 a week.
I'll put a pin in that and we'll come back because there's one other thing that I'm pretty sure happened to you before you left.
Okay.
So I want to cover that because I guess it's kind of interesting.
Okay.
And it's your encounter with UFOs.
Oh. My encounter with UFOs?
Because I have a vague memory of the story you told me when you would have been 16 or 17. I'm pretty sure you've since taken me to the spot, but
I can't even remember now. You'll have to refresh my memory some.
I don't remember. I just remember you say you saw, and that's why I said UFO, not alien. I vaguely remember you telling me a story. You were driving along, you just saw you and a friend or two just coming over the hill, saw lights that you just couldn't explain.
Yes. Yeah, I can't remember.
But I mean, we're talking about something that's over 40 years ago.
Yeah, well, I mean, they probably could be explained nowadays, but at that time, yeah, I can't remember much about that. I do remember seeing something in the sky that we couldn't explain.
But you don't remember what it looked like or anything
no,
anymore?
I can't. No, it just eludes me now. But I don't remember.
Well, then I guess back to moving out. How much money would have been $15 a week?
As opposed to...
Well, I know what that works out to, but I don't know, like, is that expensive? Is that dirt cheap? I mean, to me, obviously, that sounds dirt cheap.
Well, when I
My
left
rent
home...
is, over $1,000.
Well, when I moved out at that age, it was 1974. And like I say, the place I moved to, it cost me $15 a week to stay. I had to get my own food, but that was to pay for the place, like for the lodging or whatever. I earned, the job I had, my paycheck was $74 a week. And I was there for 2 to 3 months, if that. The company went on strike.
So about a third of your income was rent, essentially. Which, I guess that's not too different from nowadays.
Yeah, well, I suppose they all go up the same. Like, they probably started the same, but wages have increased a lot. So, accordingly, I suppose it's, Yeah, I remember I was making $74 a week. That was my pay. And when the company went on strike, we were out for so many weeks.
Well, what did you do?
What? What do you mean, what did
What was your job?
What did I do? I was a long-distance operator at the telephone company.
Okay, that's what I thought.
That's what I did. Yeah.
I knew there was a phone job in there somewhere.
Yeah, well, that's the first job I went to. And after the strike, which lasted a few weeks, like 4 or 6 weeks, I don't know, I was making $92 a week. So our pay went from $74 a week to $92 a week.
I mean, that's quite a bump.
Jump after the strike, yeah. But I kick myself nowadays probably because maybe I should have stayed at that job, but I didn't mind it, but I developed a medical condition. That's what caused me to leave. And they weren't sure if it was something I was using at the job, like, because it was all the cords and wires, and my hands broke out so bad, and pimples from the wrist up between the fingers on the palms, like
Some kind of allergy.
I couldn't use my hands at all, basically. Yeah. So they figured it might have been the equipment. So once I got it cleared up, went to the hospital and this and that, I didn't go back because I didn't know if it would start again. So I had to find a different job. So
now, is that when you go to cooking? I know the timeline works out that you would have been cooking pretty early, because I know how long.
Well, I did some before I left home. I worked part-time cooking at the restaurant my mother worked at. But not very long, because like I say, once I got out of school, I was gone. But I do believe after that job, I went to the House of Hay to work, which is Kentucky Fried Chicken.
Yeah.
I went there. I was there for a few months, and I left there, and I went to Irving Oil, which was an office job, adding credit card receipts. That's what we did. I was there for a few months.
I imagine that was just a paycheck.
Yeah, because it wasn't something I wanted to do, but I mean, I needed a job, because if I wanted to be on my own, I had to pay for what I needed.
Yeah.
So I needed a job, so I got that. And then from there, what did I do? I don't know if I went to Reggie's. Well, I mean, that was only in a short time, because when I moved to the city, it was 1974.
Well,
I went to work at Reggie's in 1976.
Well, I was going to say, because I know how old you are now, and I know how long you worked at Reggie's. So I knew you had to start there pretty soon after leaving.
76. So 2 years after I left home, I went to work there. I went to apply. I don't know what made me go there. Now, whether someone suggested it to me or I don't know, or if when I left the job at Irving, I was just looking for something and they said they were hiring and I went there. I can't remember. But then when I went there and they had just hired someone, so I left. About 3 days later, 2 or 3 days later, I ran into someone and they asked me if I had been there, and I said, yeah, but I said, they just hired someone. They said, well, they just left. Go back down, So I went back down, they hired me. And I stayed there almost 25 years. Well, it was less, 2 months. 25 years less 2 months.
Do you ever regret not staying there for 2 extra months to just say you did it for 25 years?
I couldn't take it anymore.
I know at least part of the reason why you left, but I don't know all the details. Because, you left when I was, 6 years old maybe? 7? Because I was quite young.
Yeah, I'm trying to
stop.
think. I'm trying to think why. I can't remember exactly. Well, it was because things were changing too much and I couldn't. And he was prepping his son to run it, and I'm thinking, I can't deal with him because he was way too much younger. And I'm like, no, he's not going to be ordering me around. That's not going to happen. After being there all them years, and I'm thinking, he walks in here just out of nowheres and decide he's going to be the boss. I went, no, that didn't.
So it was more where you had been there for almost 25 years, and then someone, first day on the job, they're going to be your boss, basically.
Yeah, no, I couldn't handle that. And they were just out of high school, basically. Yeah. And I'm like,
did he ever end up running the place?
No, he didn't want to do that.
Well, because I know it wasn't too long after you left, the place went out of business anyway.
Well,
or closed. I don't know what happened, but it's not there anymore.
Well,
it
he sold it to a guy, and that went downhill, and then it went from there. Like, it only went a short time because once he got out of it, it went downhill really fast. And then,
it was.
But he kicks himself today.
It was named after the guy, so of course it makes sense that he was the guy keeping it afloat.
Well, yeah, but to this day, he said, I should have gave it to you to run, not gave it to me literally, but let me run the place. He should have. That's what he said, because I had.
Oh, because might have still been there.
Well, yeah, because I had. Once I was going to leave, I had 5 or 6 offers from friends of his. Guys the same age that would back me if I want my own place.
Yeah.
They would put up the money for me to have a place. I didn't take them up on it, and since then there's probably 2 or 3 of them have passed on now. One might be Wendell's still living as far as I know. Everett's gone, Leo's gone. 2 or 3 of them have already passed on because Reggie's 82 years old himself.
Yeah.
So, but different ones I run into once in a while, they'll still ask me, would you start up your own place? I said, well, I wouldn't have one, but I'm getting too old to do that now, but I did it because I wanted to try it.
I think if you found someone you got along with who was maybe a little younger that you could pass it on to after, because you don't want to be working for 20 more years.
Well, I plan to be working for, I don't know, some more years, but more than what I need to. But I have no choice. But I don't have anybody to look after me except me, so I have to work in order to survive. So I don't have much choice. I got to work, but I don't have a problem with that. If I'm physically able and mentally able, I'll work as long as I can.
Well, and that's why I say get someone a little more physically able, so when you have to take a back seat and do more paperwork and stuff like that, you have something to do still.
Well, I don't know what I'd do in them cases. I haven't thought that far ahead yet.
Well, it's not for a while anyway.
Yeah.
Over 10 years probably.
Well, I don't know. Maybe less than that.
But
who knows? Ah.
So back to when you start working at Reggie's.
Mm.
Tell me. Well, I mean, it was basically a diner.
Yeah. Basically, no waitresses. It was self-serve. Everybody got their own. All you had to do was cook it and put it on the counter.
Mm.
People would come and pick it up and go sit down. Didn't have to have waitresses, just cooks and whoever. People work on the counter.
Well, then run me through some of your times there.
Well, when I first went there, I worked for 6 months. I didn't speak to a soul. The person that trained me was a fella named Dougie. He was pretty funny. When I went there was a big empty space across the street. They were building Brundley Square at that time. It wasn't built when I went there.
Mm.
There was just a fence around that block. There was nothing else there, just a fence. I mean, they were working below ground, but there was nothing above ground that you could see at that point when I started there. But I don't know, time just went by. I got comfortable there and I just stayed, I guess, because I don't know. I worked with different people over the years, but some are still around. One has passed on. The older one, she's still around, and she would be, let me see. She was almost the age of my mother, because I used to tease her, I remember, when I went there. I'd say, you're old enough to be my mother. I think she was 2 years different in age from what my mother was. 2 years younger, I think, than my actual mother. So I used to say, oh, you could be my mother.
Yeah.
But she's still living today. But one of the younger ones had passed away last year. She was only 51, 52.
Well, I take it that you were there so long, until the end, you did enjoy it.
Oh yeah, you got to see a lot of different people.
Well, do you remember any, I mean, working I know it's not the biggest city in the world.
Mm.
It's pretty small, but you still work smack dab in the middle of town.
Oh yeah.
Did you ever run into, and especially being a place where people were allowed to come and go, do you ever remember any, like, colorful individuals, I guess? Any noteworthy people who come in?
Well, colorful people. Well, there was all different kinds of colorful people that come in there, I suppose. But, I mean, all walks of life came in there. From lower up to high class.
Hmm.
Like politicians, the mayor,
Well,
doctors, lawyers, dentists, like all different types of people,
I mean, it's stretching a little bit, but I would say, at least from my experience walking around City from you were bordering on local celebrity. Because you'd been at a pretty well-established eating place that everyone had been to, and everyone knew your name. And
Oh, yeah. Even today I meet people and they'll say, I know you worked at Reggie's. Like, even if they couldn't remember my name, they remember my face.
Yeah.
And they knew I worked there. Or they'd say, oh, I remember you used to cook me this, and I'm going. And I'd look at them and go.
Well, okay, speaking of food specifically, is on the menu there was the Linda burger.
Yeah.
Do you remember what was on the burger named after you?
Yep. I invented it, I should.
Well, see, I didn't know that part. I just knew it was named after you.
Well, no, because that was yeah. I used to build it bigger than the rest, too, and they'd say, why does I said, because it's got my name on it. It was only a cheeseburger that had lettuce, tomato, bacon, and your ordinary everyday works.
That's not even that special, really.
No.
Well, I mean, I guess, I think that's another thing of the times.
Period of time being there.
Well, nowadays, anytime you come down here, you can't, it's hard to get just a burger.
They all have a name of something.
Well, and they all have 900 different things on them. Now, I like that kind of stuff, but...
Well, there was another one. Well, we had a bagel burger, which was only known to there because the bagels from there come from Montreal.
Mm.
He had the franchise for the Maritimes. You couldn't get bagels from Ben's in Montreal only if they order them through him.
Yeah, okay.
Like somebody else in the city couldn't have Ben's Bagels unless they went through him first because he had the franchise. So in order to get them for their establishment, they would have to come to Reggie and say, okay, I want to do business with them and da-da-da-da-da. Because we had the smoked meat and the rye bread and the bagels that come from actual Ben's in Montreal, which was a big deal. We had a few celebrities come in. A lot of radio personalities that worked on the radio station. That's how I know so many of them, because they used to come in the restaurant, because they were only mostly on King Street, a lot of them, so I mean, or down Union, so the radio stations were close, so we knew all the guys that worked on the air.
Yeah.
Because they ate in there. Tommy Hunter, that had a show on TV, he always come in there every time he came to town, because he just got to know Reggie, and he just got to know his son Kenny, and you know, he always stopped in when he was there. The premier when Frank McKenna was premier, he was in there several times. There's a picture somewhere of me and him and somebody else at work. I don't know if I have it myself today or not. I think I might have somewhere, but when he was premier of the province, he was in there quite often. Every time he come to town, he would come in. I mean, I didn't know him real well personally. I did graduate with one of his brothers, Larry, but that's how we get to go into the mine. But anyway, that's another story. But they also there was a part of a movie done in that restaurant when I worked there. We had the day off.
Was that the movie we were talking about the other day?
Yeah.
That was shot in St. John?
Yeah.
I know we were just talking about it, and I don't remember the name of it at all.
Children of Lesser God.
There we go.
William Hurt.
The other day you didn't remember the name, and I did. Now it's the other way around.
Well, William Hurt was in it. They needed a ice cream shop or a soda shop or something or other, and they used Reggie's.
For what I remember, well, other than stuff on the wall, it really looks no different today than it did then. Yeah. Just now it's, well, unless it's changed since. Is it still Relish?
No.
What is it now, do you know?
Yeah.
I know it was Relish.
It's called Vegelution. And Tanya works there.
Oh. Well, when it was Relish, it was still weird to go into, because, I mean, I spent a lot of my years growing up there. Mm-hmm. Because I'm coming to work with you.
I haven't been in, but yeah.
But it's, I mean, well, because you're not going to move all the stoves and all that kind of thing. And
yeah.
Keep them all where they're at, so.
Yeah, it's a veggie place now. Tanya works there. She started there. She works 4 or 5 days a week. Tanya Lindsay. No. I haven't been in, but it's mostly veggies. Like it's all, you know, I don't know if they're hot, cold, whatever, but it's just, there's no meat. It's just veggies.
Yeah.
Period.
Well, so when does, because there's two, I guess, semi-interesting encounters with known people. And I don't know when those take place. If they're in your
known
20s
people as?
Well, one's, well, I won't say the name, because I want to find out where it's placed in the timeline, and then we'll talk about it when we get to it. One's Noel Winters. I just said I wouldn't say his name, and I just did.
Oh.
I was going to say it later anyway. I don't know how old you would have been when that happened.
I only met him once.
Well, yeah, but you still no. Obviously, I doubt you knew what happened at the time. I don't even know if he would have been doing it at the time.
No, it would. No, this was before the fact of things.
So anyone who doesn't know, Noel Winters is I guess, I don't want to, I guess infamous is the better word, not famous, but Atlantic Canadian serial killer.
Yeah, basically.
There's a book called Bodies in the Backyard.
Which I haven't got my hands on yet, and I've been trying for years.
I actually, when I was in chapters a couple months ago, I saw it, and I almost picked it up. I didn't. I don't know why, but...
Well, I know a few people that have it, but every time I ask about it, then I forget, and I'm thinking... I'm not a reader, but I wanted to read it.
Well, I never thought we were there the other day. I could have taken a look.
But I only met him the once. And I would have been living... I remember exactly because he came to the house.
Now, do you remember it... Now, was it a particularly interesting encounter, or do you only remember it knowing what came of the guy down the road?
Yeah, that's about it. Yeah. I mean... the fellow I was with at the time, friends of his were friends with him. And they come around the house and they were looking for, he wasn't there, but him and a friend of his come around, and he was friends of the motorcycle gang, Odin's Wrath, which was a motorcycle gang in the city at the time.
Actually, no. Finish this and I'll...
But, I don't know, they come to the house looking for the fellow I was with at the time one day, and I said, oh, he's not here. And the guy that was part of the motorcycle gang, or thought he was, I knew him. Oh, yeah, I knew his brother too as well. What was his brother's name? I can't remember. But anyway, that's the only reason I got to meet him, because he introduced me to him when they came to the door to ask for the boyfriend.
Yeah.
And I said, no, he's not here. But I remember the name because it was different. I never met anybody with the name Noel before, and it just stuck in my head. But also years, well, it wouldn't have been years because I was only in that house for 3 years. No. How long was I in that house? Well, the fellow I was with at the time, we were together for 9-10 years.
Yeah.
But the Mailmans, too, they were in a lot of crime-type things, too. But that might have been after this one came into the picture. I can't remember.
Now, I'm trying to pull it up, but I can't while we're speaking. I'm trying to see if it says anywhere how many people he killed.
I can't remember how many they said. I don't know. I'm not sure how many he supposedly killed.
Mm.
I mean...
Yeah, I can't find it quickly, so I'm not going to sit there and look for it, but...
A fair amount.
Yeah. Well, enough that he's a famed serial killer.
Well, yeah. Well, like, could have been half a dozen, could have been a little more. I can't remember. A few, anyway. More than 2, I know that.
Well, and... I guess, before we get to the other encounter with someone else, where you... All growing up, you're saying you're pretty bookish, don't have many friends, you like school, but then slowly into your adulthood, you definitely get involved with a slightly different crowd.
Well, yeah, you get...
And to say my father fits into that crowd is not untrue.
Yeah. Well,
Less so by the time I was in the picture, but from stories I know of him, of his past, definitely fits into that realm of people.
Yeah, I don't know a lot about his past.
He's told me a handful of things that...
You probably know more than I know about it, but I just didn't... I mean, the past is the past. You can't change that. You can only affect the present or the future. You can't affect the past.
Well, I think there's a story I told once about Dad on here. I don't even know if it's true, but it's a story he told me.
Because I don't remember many things. Like, I don't know many stories of when he was younger, things that went on. Like, I just don't know any of them. Like, you probably just never told me any of them.
Well, I mean, a lot of that stuff you're not going to... Unless it's a particularly interesting story, it's just not going to come up most of the time.
True.
So I guess, when does the switch come in? Do you think part of it is going to a brand new city, not knowing anyone?
What kind of switch? Like from the way I was to the way things were when I...
Well, and from what I know, you still never did anything bad, but you were involved in that crowd based off a few stories I've heard.
Well, I think what happened was just not knowing enough things when I left home and getting around the wrong people.
And being too young to know they're the wrong people?
Yeah, and not
Or too naive, I should say, maybe not too young.
Too naive and not knowing that you shouldn't be around them or how to get away or what to do. You just kind of... I don't know, because the first person I got entailed with, hung around for about 3 years. Yeah, about 3 years. And during that time was involved in a murder.
Well, and that's probably the thing I'm the other thing
Yeah.
I was going to talk about.
Well,
Now,
I mean, I wasn't involved in the murder, but there was one during that time.
Is that the one in the car?
Yeah, and that
Okay.
was only the next year. That would have been before I went to work at Reggie's, actually, because it was in 1975.
Well, then I guess talk about that. Because that one is pretty well known. Because that one was on national news. That one was on when the guy was getting out of prison or going to get out of prison. That made the news because I remember seeing the story. You know, 6-7 years ago, whenever it was. So I remember seeing it, and I remember. Well, you were on an episode of The Fifth Estate.
No, they wanted me on.
Yeah, they wanted you on.
I refused to go.
Yeah.
They couldn't force me. I refused. They asked, and I said no. I said, there's nothing I can say or tell you that you don't already know that has any bearing on guilt or innocence of this person.
Well,
And that's why I refused, because I said, it has no bearing on the person's guilt or innocence.
well, outside of whether or not you think the guy's guilty or not, I mean, he's been in jail for over 20 years.
Well, he's gone now because
Well, yeah.
he died, but because he had...
But, explain the story, I guess. I know it's more people you were involved with and less you yourself,
Well,
but...
The fellow I was living with at the time, he had a friend. He come to the house one day and he said, he asked him if he knew where, he knew a couple of fellows that were looking for a gun. He wanted to know if he knew where they could get one.
Now, within the people you were with, was that an unusual question? Or was that not so far out of line? Like, I'm not saying people had come by asking for guns before, but that wasn't so far away from other things that wasn't fishy, I guess.
Well, no, because I'd been around this person for probably almost a year. So for someone to come and ask if you knew where you could find a gun, I didn't find it unusual. I didn't like it, but I didn't find it unusual because I heard people talking or I seen things or like, you know, I've been around some things that maybe I shouldn't have, but
well, that's the other thing is you can pretty much speak openly because, one, as long as you didn't do anything, two, I think there's a statute of limitations.
Well, anyway, this person, which was a friend of the boyfriend at the time, came to the house and he said, I know a couple fellows looking for a gun. Do you know where they can get one? He said, well, I have one, but it's not here. He said, oh, the gun was at my parents' house. My brother had it, actually.
Do you know why he had it?
Well, we didn't want it in the city because thought somebody might get harmed with it. How ironic. Anyway, my brother had it. They used to shoot birds with it.
Yeah.
Anyway.
Harmless.
Well, yeah, they go to the river. And
other than to the birds, but...
Well, yeah, but, I mean, my parents didn't know about it. My brother had it. He kept it stashed in his room. Anyways, well, he goes, these guys are willing to pay $100 for a gun if you know where there is one.
Now, I don't know exactly what the going value for use of a gun is, but that seems low to me.
Well, we didn't have a lot of money. We were just getting by with stuff. So, I mean, $100 sounded pretty good to him because when he originally got the gun from whoever, he paid $40 for it.
Mm-hmm. Now, was this $100 for it or $100 to use it?
No, $100 to buy it.
Okay.
He paid $40 to get it in the first place. I don't know if he wanted it for protection, what he wanted it for, I don't really know. But paying $40 for it, somebody wanting it for $100, well, there's $60 profit. So, yeah, no problem. You give me $100, I'll give it to you. But the catch was, it was at my parents' house. So, we had to drive there to get it. My parents didn't know about it. So, we left the city in I think it was a 69 black Cadillac.
Well, and I guess before we get to your parents' house, I'm assuming... Have you been questioned on this, officially? I assume.
Oh, yeah.
Okay.
Years ago.
I was just making sure you're not saying...
I was to court.
Oh, well, then, yeah. So everything you're saying is already out there.
I've been to court about it, yes. I had to tell the part I know.
As much as no one ever listens to these recordings I put up,
Yeah.
I just wanted to make sure there wasn't some nugget in there that they might come find me for.
I know, like they wanted to know what I knew about the circumstances. So we got in a car, a 69 Cadillac, black, and there was myself, the boyfriend, his friend, and these two fellows that wanted this weapon. Got in the car, drove to my parents' house, stopped on the road out at the end of the driveway.
Yeah.
At night, I walked to the house, in through the house to my brother's room in the dark, and woke my brother up and asked him where the gun was.
Mm.
He had it in a drawer in his dresser, and I'm thinking, like, really?
Mm-hmm.
Like,
If the whole point was to hide it and that's why it was there, it wasn't doing a great job.
yeah, anyway, I took the gun out of the drawer and I, out the house, out the driveway, passed it to the boyfriend in the car. The boyfriend passed it to the fellows that wanted, one or the other of them. I don't remember which one. So we started down the road. He goes, well, what about my money? So one dig out so much and give him, the rest give him. The other guy give him the difference. Because one guy didn't have all the money. So down the road about a couple of miles, we decided he wanted to try it out. So he fired a couple shots at a road sign.
Yeah.
On the side of the road.
Harmless.
But anyway, we continued on. Got to the city. Stopped at a bootlegger's. The friend went in and got a couple bottles, pints or something, whatever, at the bootleggers. Drove to where we lived, dropped me and the boyfriend off. They left. Never heard any more about anything.
Mm.
The next day, I get up and went to work. Come home at noon to eat, because I just worked 2 or 3 blocks from where we were staying. There was the boyfriend. A guy down the road named Fred, his sister's boyfriend, Mr. Peters, and these 2 fellows in the apartment. He goes, come on guys, you gotta eat, go to work, let's get out of here. So they went out, they left. So I put stuff on the stove and I happened to look out the window. I seen the car sitting down my, side of the apartment.
Yeah.
And I seen the fella I was with. He was like this, leaning in the front window, standing on the sidewalk.
Cross-armed?
No, it wasn't him. It was Chi-Chi, actually. Mr. Peters. Yeah, he was like this, leaning on the window. Inside, standing on the sidewalk, leaning in the car window, talking to whoever was right there. So I went back to the stove, and I got my stuff, and I went back to the window after a little bit. The car was gone, so I figured he went home and they left.
Yeah. Nothing unusual.
Well, yeah, because, he was looking in the car like this, standing on the sidewalk, and he just got home from down here somewhere. He was in Nova Scotia. That's all I know. I don't know whereabouts, but he had been in Nova Scotia. He hadn't been home yet, but he stopped at the house for a minute because it was closer than his place. So when I looked out and the car was gone, I figured, well, he went home, and the car with the other 4 left. The boyfriend, the friend, and the 2 guys from out of town.
Mm.
I figured, well, they left and he went home. That was fine. I went to work. I come back after work. I was sitting on the fire escape on an armchair. A girl come up from South End of the city. Walked by, a black girl. She goes, do you know Teacher Peters? I said, yeah. She said, I heard he was shot today. And I'm like, what? And she kept on walking. She asked me if I seen him, and I said, well, he was here at dinner time, but I said, I haven't seen him since, And that's what she said. I heard he was shot. And she walked on. About a half an hour went by, and I'm thinking, that's odd, really, he was here, he went home.
Yeah.
I don't know what she was talking about, but anyway. I said, he was going home, as far as I know. So about a half an hour or so went by, and a car pulled up on the other side of the street. Guy come across the road, up the fire escape. Was a friend of the boyfriend's. Guy from Redhead, I can't remember his name even. He said, do you know a guy named T.C. Peters? And I went, yeah. Or no, Melvin Eugene, that's what he said. Melvin Eugene Peters. And I said, yeah. He said, well, I just heard on the radio he was shot today and they got 4 guys for murder. I went, what? He said, yeah, I just heard on the radio he was shot and they got 4 guys up for murder. I went, huh? They're like, I didn't know what to do then.
Yeah. Well, especially where you would have just seen
4 in the car, 4 there,
4
and
guys and him.
And I'm going,
Now, at that time, you wouldn't know it
no.
was the 4 guys that he left with, but
Well, yeah, I didn't know because I thought he went home. Like I said to this girl, I said, well, he was here, but I said, he went home as far as I know. Anyway, he stayed for a little while, then he left. So I'm thinking about it, I'm thinking, well, there was only 4 in the car. The boyfriend, the friend, and the other 2 guys. I'm like, yeah, but he went home, I thought. Couldn't get my head around it. So I called his parents' house. His brother was there. I said, you better get up here. I said, I don't know what I'm doing. So up comes his brother. He said, well, we'll go down the cop shop. So we did. We walked down the police station. We walked in the door, and he said, if you're looking for your brother, we send him home. So, you turn, back to the house. So he was there, and we go by. So we asked him what was going on. Like, what the hell was going on? He tried to explain to us, that they were at the house at noon. They were arguing. These guys had a thing against black guys or whatever, and they were calling them names and da-da-da-da-da. And he wanted to get up and have a fight with them, and he said, they ain't, don't bother. Just don't worry about it. They left. Anyway, they must have convinced him to go with them. They went to Tin Can Beach, which was a rowdy place, I guess, back then. So I was informed. I didn't really know, but a lot of things went on down there, apparently.
well, I don't even know where that is, so
Well,
I imagine it's not even called that anymore.
no. Do you know where the Armories is in the city? The Armories down South End?
Yes.
No.
Oh yeah, no,
Well,
I do.
There's a beach out in front there. That's
Down by where my school used to be.
Yeah, that used to be Tin Can
Oh,
Beach.
okay.
That's what it used
I
to
know
be.
exactly
That
where it
area
is
there, that used to be that, but it was not developed back then. It was just a
It's barely
Right.
developed now.
well, no, but I mean they got a park there and everything now. But they got parking there and everything. But
Okay.
anyway, they were down there apparently. When they left the house, they went down there, and these guys, or one of them, kept it up. This racial stuff. And he kept saying, he said, I'm going to nail him. He said, don't worry about it. The guy I was with, he said, just ignore them. Like, don't bother. He said, they ain't worth it. Don't bother. He kept it up. So he didn't do anything. So they got back in the car, and when they drove off, apparently the guy reached under the seat and turned around and shot him. They said he'd get out of the car, and man, there was a ghost car not too far behind, driving itself in, and he jumped in the car, but he died before they got to the hospital.
Mm.
But apparently, the guy I was with was in the front seat on the passenger side. His friend was driving the car. This guy was in the middle. The other fellow was in the back seat behind the
that's
passengers.
another. I mean, there's something that barely even exists today is bench seats in the front.
Mm-hmm. And the guy that was shot was behind the driver. But years down the road, they tried to say that the driver killed him.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, so you're driving the car. You're going to get a gun. How are you going to shoot a guy behind you and still drive?
I mean, he could, but I wasn't there.
I wasn't there either, so I don't know. Like I said. But they all said that the guy reached under the front seat that was sitting in the middle and reached over his shoulder and shot the guy behind the driver, which would be easy to do for a person in the middle.
Mm.
But anyway, years later he claims he didn't do it. He claims it was the driver. He still to this day, well, if he had been alive, he'd still say it was him. And I'm like,
Well, I think I'm no lawyer.
they claim
or
it was
anything.
said in prison. It was heard in prison. I don't know. I wasn't there. I don't know.
Well, the way I see it is if everyone said it was him, and he went to jail for it, and he's the only one saying it wasn't him, it's probably him.
Well, these 2 fellas come from Toronto. They claimed he owed them money for drugs. That's what the story was we heard at the time, why he was shot. He owed them drug money. But during the trial, which was at the old courthouse, which The jail's not there now, but the old courthouse still stands uptown across from King Square there. The old courthouse right on the corner.
Oh, yeah.
But there used to be a jail attached to that, like a holding area. But it's been tore down now. It's parking. But anyway, during the trial, which I only went the times I was required to be there.
Yeah.
Because they told me when I had to be there. If I didn't, I never went. But during the trial, they'd bring him out from the jail. They'd bring him in from the jail and hold him there till they went down to the courtroom. And when they took him back up, I don't know how many days into the trial, he took 6 hostages.
I mean, that sounds guilty to me.
His lawyer and must have been guards or somebody, I don't know, but he took 6 hostages. One of them was his lawyer. So immediately the lawyer drops the case. Right off the bat.
Yeah.
You're going to. Anyway, so once you get tried for the murder,
Then
he was found. Then he was tried for he got an extra 6 months for each hostage, so that would be another 2.5 years.
I mean, honestly, I'm more shocked that taking hostage is only 6 months. That doesn't seem that bad to me.
Well, I mean, this was back in 1975 too, so I mean, the law probably wasn't as strict as it is. Like, I don't know. This was back in 75 because it happened in August of 75. But anyway, yeah, he had taken hostages, and yeah, so that just added more time onto his sentence. So as years went by, he still kept saying he didn't do it, he didn't do it, he didn't do it. But I don't know. I was not there. The only part I know is about driving up there to get the gun and coming back. I know nothing else. And as far as them guys wanting me to go on TV and do an interview, I went, no.
Well, because you can't say anything that they don't know.
I said, everything you know, I know, you know. And I said, my talking has no bearing on the guilt or innocence of him, so I don't need to go on there.
Well, I mean, it kind of does. The whole point of it, I mean, you're not necessarily the jury, but that is who decides, you know.
Yeah, but I mean, for what little bit I knew of the situation, that wouldn't help them decide if he was guilty or innocent.
Well, I guess I'll ask you, I guess maybe a heavy question, is did it ever weigh on you that you did technically retrieve what was later used as a murder weapon?
I never actually thought about it, really.
Well, then I shouldn't have asked.
Why?
Well, I'm sure you're well more than over it now. It was in the
I
70s.
never, at the time, I never really thought about it. Like, I mean, I was only 18 years old when this happened.
Mm.
Like I say, I left home in 74. This happened in 75. So, I mean, I was only 18 years old. I didn't know very much at that time, but to think about what was done with, like, it didn't cross my mind that weapon was used for something.
Well, it's not like it's not like you're responsible.
No.
Because it sounds like whether you got a gun or not, it was going to happen.
Oh, yeah. if it hadn't come from there, they would have got a gun elsewhere.
Yeah.
Like, I mean, I think that the act would have happened regardless.
Well, here's a question. If you remember, do you remember at all what that $100 was spent on?
No, I couldn't tell you.
I mean, if you were trying to get by, it was probably just to keep getting by.
I really don't know at that time. I couldn't say. I don't really know. But I mean, I know what I seen and what I done, but they said otherwise, and I'm thinking, I was right there. They said they didn't stop and fire the gun. I said, yes, they did.
Mm.
And they argued. And I was there, and I was the only sober person because I don't drink. I didn't drink. And I'm like, I was right there. They stopped and fired the weapon. You know, to make sure it worked before they bought it. That's before they passed over the money. They wanted to try it first. But they argued the fact that they denied that flat out that was not done.
Mm.
I said, well, unless somebody didn't go and check the sign, I have no idea. Like, I don't know. But I said to them, they did that. They fired 2 shots to try it out. But the guy that the guy that was put away for the murder, he swore up and down they didn't do that.
Mm.
That was never done. I'm thinking, well, I was right there. They did do that. Like, what are they talking about? The fellow I was with, he had to go to court for selling of the weapon. Like, that's a crime. So we had to go to separate court for that. He got a fine of $75. So that's probably where the money went. Now that I think of that, yeah. That's probably where the $75 went to pay the fine that he got for selling the weapon. But I mean, not that you know down the road that stuff would...
Well, after a couple court dates and a weapon charge, and it sounds like he lost $15.
Yeah. But now, was it after that? Oh yeah, it was after that. After that, there was one more incident that we had to go to court. Well, I mean, I was there, but I wasn't a witness like to this one. But the next one, it was about... It was only a short time after that, actually. Must have been in the winter. Yeah, because that baby was only small.
That doesn't sound foreboding.
What?
Well, when you're like, oh yeah, we had to go to court again. That baby was young.
Well, the fellow that was shot, his girlfriend, which was the fellow I was going with, sister, she was 6 months pregnant when he got shot. So he never seen his child. The child was born in November. The shooting was in August. So, I mean, she was 6 months pregnant. Later that year, which would have been, the baby was only small, a few months old. So in that winter sometime, I don't know just when, we were living in the same place but downstairs instead of up. We were in a different room or whatever. And I was out and come back. There was a couple that lived at the end of the hall to us, a man and woman. She was kind of stocky. He was quite stocky. He was like double her size. They were down and they were having a few drinks, or more than a few drinks. She was in quite the state, and I remember the boyfriend at the time, she was falling over, and he went over and he slapped her like this with his hand, backhand her, trying to, you got to sit up or you're going to fall type of thing. Anyway, the boyfriend decides, well, we better take her down to the hall. So they carried her down the hall, put her on the bed. We went back up. Now the sister was there with this infant, the one that just had this baby in November. So I'd say a few months, so probably January, February of that year. She had this baby. She was there visiting. She was down the hall. She was going to wait for a cab. She called a cab. Anyway, she was going home, so them guys went down the hall. He stayed down the hall. The next day, the sister went home. The next day, police came to the house looking for the boyfriend. And I said, well, he's not here. Like, what do you want? Well, they want to know if I'd be all right there. And I went, well, yeah, what do you think he's going to do to me? Like, we didn't know anything. So that was fine the way they went when they found out he wasn't there. So they decided if I would be safe, they would move on. So they left. The next day, I think it was, not that day, but the next day after that, we found out the girl was in the hospital. The one that was in our room that he slapped. She was in the hospital. She had a broken arm, broken ribs, a broken nose, and black and blue from head to foot. So we went to the hospital to visit her.
Yeah.
Well, she freaked out as soon as we walked into the room. She started screaming and going ballistic. We didn't know what was going on, so we left. Come to find out, the boyfriend convinced her that my boyfriend had did that to her. He did it.
And because she was so drunk.
She didn't know. She believed whatever he told her. Anyway, she said that he did it to her. That's why she didn't want him there. She was freaking out. So we found out after that. Anyways, we go to court over this assault. The only thing that saved his ass, his sister, while she was waiting for the cab in the entryway with this baby, seen him put the boots to her. He had steel-toed boots on. She had fell off the bed onto the floor and he was putting the boots to her. And she told that in court. He got sent away for 8 or 10 years, I think. Quite a while. But I said they would have put him away and all he did was slap her. Like there was no other... I thought, oh yeah, here we go. So, yeah, I've had a few, yeah. That's my only brushes with things that I can think
Well,
of.
I mean, it makes sense that... Well, it's no different than what I was saying the other day. That I knew what I was like when I was 18, 19. That if I didn't live at home, I probably would have... I'm not going to say got involved with murder.
Well,
but
no, I mean...
might have been involved with some, like, you know...
Shady characters,
Yeah.
so to speak. But, I mean, you don't know.
So it makes sense.
I mean, I didn't choose to be there.
Well,
I
and it's
just
not like you
didn't-
met them and you knew they were shady people. I assume you...
Well, the one person, the friend of the boyfriend, I didn't like him when I met him. Before I knew his name, I didn't like him. I don't know, I got some kind of vibe from him. I don't know what it was. He came to the house one day and he come in the door and I looked at him, I'm thinking, I don't like you. And the boyfriend stepped in and he said, this is my friend so-and-so. And I went, okay. And even before he told me what his name was, I didn't like him. There was just something about him that I...
Now, did he ever end up doing anything, or is he just... You just didn't like him?
Oh, no, he was in and out of jail all the time. They said he was a habitual criminal.
No.
But, I mean...
So, like, all small-time stuff.
Well, yeah, 2 years at a stretch.
Yeah.
Out of 10 years or 12 years, he done 8 or 10. Like, he just... They said he was habitual because while he was in jail, he would plan to do when he got out so he could get back in because he didn't know how to survive out in the street. So he just do enough that he'd be in for a couple of years. He'd get out, be out a few months, and do something.
I
and
don't
get back
know
in.
anyone who's the type, but I know of the type.
But and that's what they said he would do because that's what they used to tell us, that he was... They've considered him a habitual criminal because he just planned what he'd do when he got out.
Well...
He'd be out for a short time and back in again because that's where he liked to be, in prison.
Well, between that point in time, and I guess to keep it vague, between that point in time and what would end up being your last boyfriend, is there anything that you want to mention? Because obviously it's still well before I'm in the picture, so I wouldn't know anything to...
There's nothing extravagant happened in between there that I can think
Well, it
of.
doesn't have to be extravagant to others. It could just be extravagant to you.
No.
I guess this could have happened after that. I don't know. But, okay. So when... Because you did, as far as I know, see someone die.
See someone die?
You saw a guy fall off that tower when you were at work one day.
Yeah.
When was that? If you remember.
I don't exactly remember. I was working at Reggie's, but I don't remember exactly when it was. I had probably been there quite a while. Like, it could have been the late 90s.
Okay, so this might have been after
Well, yeah, after
kids
a period.
were involved.
Yeah.
Okay.
It might have been a period of time, yeah. He was a window cleaner and his things let go and he fell.
Well, yeah, he was on one of those, like, single-person...
Little seats
Get-ups,
doing
yeah.
the window, yeah. And he fell from way up high down to one of the roofs.
Well, you didn't actually see... You saw him fall, but that's all you saw.
Oh, yeah. We didn't see him land, but we knew that he fell. Because he was that spot from out the window of Reggie's. Like it was on the side of the building.
Yeah.
So it wasn't on the front, it was on that side. But, yeah. I can't remember.
Well, I mean, that's almost better. Because if he was on the front, he would have landed on the sidewalk.
Well, he landed on... Well, see, there was the mall or parking area that was attached. There was a roof well, whatever the height of it was, that's what he landed on, was that roof. But it was only like a story or so off the, like you drove in there for the parking, but then the building was down near the mall. But off the high rise, that's what he was on, the big high rise. But I can't remember exactly when that was. He was an older man too at the, well,
I guess, do you remember that sitting with you for a while? Or were you able to just kind of carry on?
well, I mean, it was discussed off and on for days because, I mean,
Well,
it was
something
right
like that
there.
always would be.
Yeah, but I mean, other than that, no. Like,
Well, I mean, it's not like you knew the guy or anything
well,
like that.
no, we didn't know the man. We knew him to see, but I didn't know the man. Like, he was probably in his late 50s, I believe, at the time. But, I mean, being young, that would be old to us. Because I was probably early 20s or mid 20s at the time. So, I mean, somebody in their 50s is old to me.
Yeah.
But, I mean, I didn't, because the other fellows that worked for the company, they were younger. Like, there was 2 or 3 other fellows that worked for the same outfit that done windows, but they were younger. But this was the owner of the company, I believe.
Well, then, moving on from that, when does my father come into the picture?
Well, there was another fella in between there after this one. That one that was mixed up with the whatever and going to court, and
I imagine
I
that put a
left
strain
him.
on things.
I left him after a period of time when I got the chance.
Well, what do you mean, got the chance?
Well,
Was able to support yourself type thing?
no, when I get the chance, literally, like when I could get away. I come in the place one day. I was out somewhere, out in the evening. I don't know where I was, and I come in. He was there. He threw a knife at me.
I mean, I was giving some of these people the benefit of the doubt that they were just involved with shady people, but it sounds like
Well,
he was also maybe part of that crew.
but yeah, he threw a knife at me. Anyways, he didn't know where I was or what I was doing. I was out shopping or out with a friend, or I don't know where I was. But anyway,
You're just
I was just out. Anyway, he didn't like the idea. So that was fine. So a day or so after that, I was talking to his mother on the phone. Actually, it was her that kept pushing. You need to get away from him. You need to get away from him. No.
Well, and that must have been... Well, so how old were you, roughly, during this? Early 20s?
Yeah, I'm early 20s probably.
So...
Early to mid 20s.
How... Well, because... Well, I'm 26, so I'm in my mid-20s.
Yeah.
How weird is it to have the mother of someone you're dating tell you that? Because
It should have been a sign to me.
Well, yeah, I guess, because if someone's going to sell out their own kid, they probably mean it.
Well, from what she knew of me, she knew I wasn't in a good position. She said, you need to get away. Like, he was never... I don't know if he was ever arrested up to that point for anything, not to my knowledge.
Yeah.
He'd never been to jail or anything. So, I mean, he might have knew a lot of shady people, but he'd never been in trouble with the law himself. Like, he was probably in things, but maybe never got caught. You know what I mean? But anyway, his mother said, like, you need to get away from him. I said, well, as soon as I'm able, I will do so. So, I had to plan. Because I didn't know what he'd do or if he would do anything if I just wanted to leave. I wasn't sure. And being naive, I didn't really know. So I thought, well, I'll just wait till sometime he's not here and I'll move. But I couldn't pack anything up what I had, which I didn't have very much at that time, because I didn't want him to know if or when I was moving. So I just had to leave things as they were. Needless to say, in the meantime, I met a fella. Got tangled up with this other fella. Sort of. So he decided he was going to help me move. So I called the mothers one day. He was there. She said, I'll try to keep him here as long as they were watching fights on TV, him and his father. She said, I'll try to keep him here as best long as I can. She said, I'll give you a little time. Try to get your stuff out the apartment. So that's what I did, which was only about a block or so from where I was, where the mother lived.
Okay, so if he was leaving, like, you didn't have any time.
No, so I had to, so without packing, I had to literally clean out what I had in the apartment and get out of there. I probably had a half an hour, maybe.
Yeah.
Because if they were watching fights, I don't know how long they were, how late they'd been on, but
Well, and also, if you got a phone call, you're out of time, basically.
Well, yeah, I don't even know if we had a phone. Probably didn't even have a phone at that time. I don't remember. But anyway, packed up the stuff, got the stuff out, put in the van, and left. So several days later, he shows up at work, I think. I'd got a place, and I had moved. A few days later, he showed up at work, or he called. I can't remember. He might have showed up. He goes, "That was a pretty good truck." I said, "Yeah, I thought it was." Didn't say much. Stayed around for a while, then he left. So a few days went by, or a week or so. Here's him. I come home one day. He was there, in the kitchen with the fellow I had just met that helped me move. They were in the kitchen together, sitting at the table, the two of them. And I'm thinking, what in the heck's going on here now?
Did he rat you out? Kind of?
He had someone follow me. That's how he found out where I went. The fellow that moved me in the van, this is the guy I started getting tangled up with to try to get away from him. Anyways, they were both there, and I thought, okay, what am I going to do now? So anyway, they sat for a while. I sat in the room, they sat at the kitchen table and talked. And I'm like, I watched TV in the living room. Anyway, later in the evening, got time to go. The one that moved me, he said, "Well, I must go now." He said, "Oh, I think I'll stay for a while." He goes, "I don't think so." He said, "I let you in, so I'll be letting you out." Because when he come to the apartment, he was there outside hanging around, so he must have let him in. He said, "I let you in, so I'll let you out." He goes, "No, I'm going to stay for a while." He goes, "No, you're not. I'm going, you're going."
Yeah.
So there was a little battle over that, and away they went, the two of them. So anyway, 2 or 3 times I come, and he'd be down there. One day he come down, he pushed his way in. I called the cops on him a couple times, but all they could do was take him outside the building. They can't remove people anywheres, But after that, then he stopped bothering me and he went away. So then I get tied up with this guy for almost 10 years.
Well, then I take it he was a slightly better character then.
Well, he had been married before. He had 2 sons. They were I think they were around 3 and 5 or 4 and 6, something like that, around that age. He had 2 boys. And he had a daughter by another girl. She lived not too far from them. The daughter was maybe a year and a half, just a little, like a little kid. Little. We used to go every Friday night and pick up his sons. Maybe once a month he could get the daughter, but she wouldn't let him take her at all unless he was alone, because she wouldn't allow it. Because he would go to pick her up. If I was with him, she wouldn't let her go. She'd say, "No, you're not taking my kid out with no trollops," he said. "You're not taking my kid." So once in a month or once every couple of months, I might have seen the little girl, but the boys we had every weekend, these 2 boys. So, but him and I stayed together for, I'd say, quite a few years, because the boys were, might have been 8 to 9 years. I'm trying to think. I think the younger one was 10 or 11 when we split, and the other one was 12 or 13, around that age.
Well, I mean, that's almost ironic, because that's close to how old my brother was when you got with my father.
Yeah. But anyway, yeah, they split up Yeah, we were together for quite a few years, and then things just went by the way because he found grass greener on the other side of the fence, so away he went. So that was the end of that guy. So then I was by myself.
Well, I mean,
by myself for a
If
while.
you compare the ending to that compared to the ending of the first one, that's not so bad.
Yeah. But anyway, I was by myself for probably 6 months, 8 months. A friend of mine had lost her man. They split up or something. He was a friend of his. They knew one another anyway, so her and I get clubbing. Something to do. We get clubbing.
Well, and you're still, I guess at this point you'd be nearing 30.
30, yeah.
Which is still young-ish.
Yeah. So her and I started going clubbing because we had no men, so we just go clubbing for something to do, pass the time.
Yeah.
We go 3 or 4 dates a week. So I got tied up with a few different ones, but they didn't last. They were just, something to do at the time. So then after that went by the wayside, I just stayed by myself for a while. So at work, I was still at Reggie's, I remember different ones around. Oh, why don't you do this? I went, no. Want me to join a dating service? I went, no, I'm not doing that. Like, I'm not that desperate yet that I need to go that route.
Well, that's where you and I differ. I was on all of them.
Well, I said, no, I don't want to go there. Well, at that time, they didn't have the things they have now. There was no such thing as that back then.
Well, no, it was
Same principle.
Still a dating service.
Well, yeah. Anyway, this lady on the west side somewhere, I can't even tell you where now, I don't remember. She ran this service. And if you wanted, she ran a club, sort of, they called it. If you wanted to get in or become a member of this club, that this woman, you had to pay $125 to join for 6 months. And I'm thinking, gee, that's kind of steep. So I got thinking about it. 2 or 3 people tried to talk me into it, and I went, you're crazy, I'm not doing that. There's no way I'm not going to do that. So time went by, and time went by, and time went by. And I thought, well, it started sounding better after a period of time, and I was still by myself.
Yeah.
So I'm thinking,
well, I mean,
what the hey, like I could try it, I suppose. I said, what have I got to lose other than $125? But then I got thinking about it. The more I thought about it, a couple people that were trying to push me into it, they had met somebody, they got married. Somebody else did. A couple people went through the same deal. I went, well, I thought. I think about it, and I thought about it, and thought about it, and I went, well, who's going to pay money to meet somebody unless you're serious?
Yeah.
Why would you want to spend $125? You can meet anybody on a corner, in a store, in a bar, in a wherever. Like, if you're going to pay money to meet somebody, you're serious about it.
Well, that's actually not too dissimilar from today. There's a lot of free ones.
Yeah.
But there are paid ones, and
Yeah.
I imagine the paid ones probably have a little more success.
Well, possibly, because if you think about it, who's going to pay money to meet a person? Like I say, when you can meet people any place, basically. So I thought, well, after a while, I said, well, why not? I'll try it, whatever. Just to keep you quiet, I'll try it. So I went over to meet the lady, and she does an interview. She had a binder. She sit there and ask you questions and write down things about, likes, dislikes. You got an age preference, or if you want people with kids or without kids, or blah, blah, blah.
Now, do you remember any of the way you answered those? I only know how you would have answered one of them, which is if you care if they have kids or not, because my father already had kids, and the last guy you were with had kids. So I assume you didn't care.
No, that didn't make a difference to me. Like, age preference, well, I mean, my age to like 5 or 6 years above me, that would be acceptable.
Yeah.
Below me, not particularly. I didn't want younger than me. Like, if they were my age or older, 5 or 6 years, that's fine. But I mean, if they were younger, no, I didn't want to go there. Kids, I said, no, it doesn't matter if they have kids or if they didn't have kids. That didn't really matter to me. So the lady done the interview, took my money. She got out her binder of fellas. She called 5 or 6
that fit
that might
this thing
fit.
you put together.
Yeah, this whatever profile that we did.
It's no different than today, really.
She would call and she'd say, this is so-and-so, we have a new member, this is her name, if you want to call, this is their phone number. That was all the woman did.
That'd almost be better than what they have today. Well, do you understand the dating stuff we have today?
No.
All right, well, they're terrible.
No, I don't understand today.
Well, for starters, I've used them a lot.
I've heard them talking about them, but I don't know anything about them.
And I've gone on a handful of dates, but anyone I've dated for a noteworthy period of time, it's all been outside of them.
Oh,
So
okay.
they're crap in my opinion.
Yeah. Well, yeah.
I think most people use them for long-term stuff. They're really only good for a quick fix.
Yeah.
What you're describing is a little more involved. So the big one today is Tinder. That's probably
I've never even heard of
that's
it.
probably the biggest one.
All I ever hear people talking about is Plenty of Fish.
Well, it's
there.
big too,
Yeah.
but I would say Tinder's probably a little bigger than that. But they're actually pretty similar in how they work. Which is that way is you have someone looking, being like, this could work, and then but it's still on the other person that call you.
Well, yeah.
And they don't know what you look like or anything like that.
No, they don't know nothing
Well, that's
about
what all
you.
these are. There's you just pull out your phone, and you put in your no different kids, not kids, smoking, not smoking,
Oh, okay.
how big of an area, age range, and all that stuff, and then it would just show you here's someone's face and their name. You either go yes, no.
Yeah, okay. But that's one, like, you only got this information like she got, and that's all she would tell them. She would call and say, we have a new member, this is their name, this is their number, if you want to call. That's all she would do.
Yeah.
She would initiate by that rate, that's it.
Well, now
Now you would just wait.
I'm assuming what you're getting at is Dad called at some point.
Well, yeah, I think he was he might have been the first one.
Well, that's what I was going to ask, if anyone else had called.
Well, there was another one, but he was just plain weird. There was one other person that got in there, but I think your father was the first one that phoned.
Well, I mean, because Dad wouldn't have... I mean, he'd been getting pretty old at this point.
Well, he was 39, I believe.
Yeah, so
Yeah.
we'll round up and say 40.
Yeah.
Almost 40 and single at the time.
Yeah.
So.
He called. I don't remember what he said. I have no idea. All I remember, we set up a meeting at Tim Hortons. We were going to meet for coffee at Tim Hortons out
Somewhere.
Kane's Corner, I believe.
All right. Good. Almost over 12 hours later. So, when we stopped, you were about to meet my father for the first time.
Do you want me to explain how we come to meet?
Well, we did the dating service already.
Okay. So, on our first meeting, we met for coffee. And then he asked if I wanted to go for a drive. So we both had a vehicle. So I took my vehicle back to my apartment and left it and went with him. Went to a party that evening. Stayed up way too late. Drank way too much. Was 2 hours late for work the next day. And my co-workers were looking for me everywhere. So they called my house. They went to my house. My car was there, but no me. They didn't know what happened. But anyway, I eventually got to work. So that day I said to him, I said, don't call me. Don't come to my house. I need some rest. Like, don't call or anything. Don't come around me. You know, fine. So that was fine. He never did. The next day he started calling. And he called every day. After our meeting, my birthday was about 2 weeks after we met, roughly, give or take a few days, about 2 weeks.
Well, that's almost weird
Why?
that you would have met almost what would end up being my birthday.
Yeah, it was actually, it was the 14th of September.
All right, it's not quite, but
Well,
close.
close. September 14th. My birthday is October the 2nd. So, on that day, I was working and someone delivered a dozen roses to my work. I'm like, So I thought about it. That was fine. So we discussed. He had a house, but there were people living in the house. He was staying with them.
And this is what is my childhood home.
Where you were raised, yes. He wanted me to move in the end of November, and I said, No, I don't think so. Like, it's not, I don't think that would work with another family in the house. Because it was a man and woman, and they had a child about 6 or 7 years old, a boy.
Well, and now, if I remember, it was Dad's house,
Yes.
but he lived in what was my bedroom,
Yes.
and the family had the rest of the house.
Yeah. We had a room, and that was it. The people that took over the house were having trouble making the bills, so he moved in to board in his own house to help them out. He paid them so much a month or so much a week or whatever to stay in a room in his own house. So I did move in. I stored my belongings. I moved in the end of November. That was fine. The lady that lived at the house, she partied all the time. She was up all hours, played loud music. I had a hard time to get any sleep to go to work. So after a couple of months or so of that, I said, look, I can't deal with this anymore. Like, I'm going to move out. Like, I can't take it. Like, I need, I can't deal with this. Well, he figured we should discuss it. I went, well, I don't know. So he went to the people that were renting the house, and he said, we were going to take over the house. They had a month to move. So in a month's time or so, by this time it was late, they would have to move. But in the meantime, I have to back myself up a little bit. The end of January, I wasn't feeling very well. I was sick. I was in pain. I didn't know what was wrong. So after almost a week of pain, I went to the doctor. And I explained things to the doctor, and the doctor was laughing. This was only the end of January, so I moved in November, December, like 2 months after I moved in. And the doctor was laughing. I said, what's so funny? Like, I'm in pain. Like, why is it funny that I'm in pain here? He goes, you're pregnant. I went, no.
I mean, knowing when my birthday is, I could have pieced that together.
Yeah, but I mean, yeah. I didn't believe him. I thought he was from my leg. But anyway, I went for tests and stuff, and I was expectant.
So it's safe to say things moved fairly quickly to go from just meeting someone to moved in and pregnant within 4 months.
Well, from September to the end of January, yeah. Bingo. So we just carried on, went to work, went back. We had one. We have 2 vehicles? No, we had 2 vehicles, I think. We got rid of one eventually because having a child coming, we couldn't afford 2 vehicles, so one had to go. One day on the way home from work, it was probably May. He asked. I was driving, I don't know why, but maybe it was my car, I don't know. But I was driving that day. He said to me, he said, if I asked you to marry me, what would you say? I said, oh, I don't know, probably yes. And that was it. There was nothing, no other discussion. We carried on, days went by.
So you didn't take it as the proposal that in his mind it was.
No, I just took it
You
as
just took it as a
hypothetical question. If I was going to ask you, what would you say?
Yeah.
And that's what it was to me, hypothetical. I said, okay, that was fine. So about a month, maybe a month later, he came in one day and he said, don't make any plans on such and such a day. And I went, why? Well, I got, this place reserved. I said, what for the wedding? I said, what wedding? He goes, well, I got tired of waiting for you to pick a date. And I went, I didn't know I was supposed to pick one. Like, I wasn't told. I wasn't asked. And all of a sudden, June 13th was taken up with plans that I knew nothing about.
I mean, what I remember of my father, that sounds like him to just... What seems straightforward and clear to him might not be...
Wasn't to everybody.
Yeah.
He assumed a lot of things, I guess. Yeah, like, from someone asking you... If someone walked up to you and asked you that question, you would assume it was hypothetical, which I did.
Yeah, I would assume that the real question is coming later.
Yeah, they're just fishing to see how things are going, like what would be done if this come up, like what would you do about it? So that's what I took it as. So I didn't think any more about it and just carried on. And a month or so later, he come home and said, "Don't make plans on June 13th." And I said, "Why?" So then I was told what was going on. So I had about a month to prepare for a wedding. At that time, I was 4 or 5 months pregnant. Now, I had about a month to get ready. So needless to say, it wasn't a church wedding. It was performed at the house on the front lawn. Found a minister, got a tape for music. I had one person stand with me, he had one person stand with him. That was it. My parents and his parents met the day of the wedding. Never met before. Never met after that, I don't think. I don't think they ever seen one another after that day. And that was it.
Maybe the odd time.
I don't know, maybe, but I don't know if our parents ever met after that. Maybe once.
Well, because,
but-
I mean, family stuff was usually your family or his family, never...
Yeah, together.
Yeah.
Yeah. But getting into the situation, he had a son that was 11 or 12 at the time. He was living with us at the time. But, I mean, that wasn't a problem at that time. But
Well, and there's obviously a bit of time in between it, but that would have been almost the age of one of the kids when you left one of the guy with kids.
yeah, they were 12, 11 and 12, around that age, yeah. Same age. But I had been around them since they were small, like, you
Yeah.
know, for a period of years. But, yeah, this one I had just met. But, yeah. And things just continued on, like,
Well, how was it? Well, so going from where I knew you grew up, which is, I mean, closing in on a football field apart from houses,
yeah.
to the city. Not a big city, but as far as downtown, it's really no different. Everything's close together, apartments, and
True.
to then going back to where I grew up, where it was more, I would say somewhere in between those two settings.
Yeah, well, it was a small town.
Well, it's a village,
Well,
technically.
But I could deal with that a little better than the city, which I had been in, because there was more land and more trees. And in the city, you had very seldom seen a tree unless you're at the park.
Well, I assume you didn't have a yard in the city.
No, I was in an apartment. I didn't have a yard.
Yeah, and
So to move to a house that had a yard, front yard, not much backyard, but had a front yard and it had trees, and it was different. It reminded me of home, I guess, because in the country you have lots of grass and trees and stuff, whereas in the city you don't get to see that. So it felt better to live there than it did in the city because of the trees and the grass, you know, like I could accept it a little more, I guess.
And you were still only, 25 minute drive to work? If that?
About 20 minutes, yeah. Yeah, which was not bad. But, and things just went on. You were born.
I'd
so
put
many
that
months later.
together.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we got married in June, July, August, September. 3 months later, you were born. Things were going fine, and then I was waiting to have my tubes done, and then I found out I was expecting again.
Well, okay, so what was it like? Because anyone on here knows I don't have a child.
No.
Explain, I guess, the first... I guess 5 or 6 months, because after that we start getting into you're pregnant with my brother.
Well, what would you like me to explain? Never had a child. Hadn't been around people with children.
You never had a child. You were pregnant later in life.
Yeah. Very late in life, yeah. I was late 30s. I didn't see... I don't know, I don't know if I knew what I was getting into. It was what I wanted, but I don't know if things went as I thought they would, I don't know. I mean, I don't know if I had the chance to do it over, if I would have started younger, I don't know. I don't necessarily think so, because I've seen a lot of younger people with kids, and they have more struggles.
Well,
I
I don't know what the age to start is, but I think it's safe to say it's somewhere between 20 and 40.
Well, yeah, I would say, yeah. But to me, anything before at least mid-20s is way too soon, I think. That's just my own opinion.
I think, well, as a rule of thumb, probably, there's a few people who I know got their lives pretty well put together. I think they can.
But not everybody's comfortable in the same situation.
Well, no, that's what I mean. I'm not saying for everyone.
But...
Well, because, I mean, I'm 26. I'm not expecting.
Yeah. But to me, I think it's better to wait a little longer, but that's just my own person. Because I was in that boat. Not by choice, maybe, but circumstance.
Well, I've seen, I understand both sides where they say, you should be ready when you have one, but they also say nothing gets you ready faster than one's coming.
True. These people that have to set their life by, they got to have X amount of dollars, they have to own a house, they have to have their this and their that. If you're constantly waiting and planning, you'll never have a child, because it doesn't work that way. Like they say, the first one comes in 9 months, the next one comes anytime.
Yeah.
And that saying is true, because, but so, I don't know. But I've met too many people that do too much planning, and it usually doesn't work out very well, because they expect everything to run on a ship. Kids don't work that way.
Well, it's too much planning and not enough doing.
Yeah, they don't. Things doesn't work that way. Just because you want it to go that way, it doesn't mean it does.
Because I know, I can't think of anyone in particular, but I definitely know people who, they might have been kind of a schlubby personality, but then once they found out they're going to have a kid, while they,
they change their outlook on things.
Yeah.
I mean, definitely it does, because all of a sudden you're going to be responsible for a small human. So you've got to have some clue of what you're doing in order to look after this other person that's going to be, this small human that's going to be in your space. So you got to make adjustments. It's adjustments for everybody. Even if you're preparing, I still think you need adjustments, because to go from looking after yourself or doing whatever you want to being responsible for another individual, that's a big difference. Especially if you don't know what you're doing. That's even bigger. But it's learn as you go, as I used to say to the other one all the time. Don't come with instruction manuals. You learn as you go. There's no book that tells you what you need to do or how you need to do it. So if you don't know, and studying parenting books, I think is a load of crock myself, because
I think it's another one of those, I think some people need that push.
Well, yeah, but
I don't think they... No. I don't think it's something you have to read.
No, because they would be specific cases with specific outcomes. So, that doesn't apply to the average person. That only applies to a certain amount of people that would fit in that category. So, the book's only good for people that's, this, everything has to be done, we got to do this first, this second, this third. Most people, they can't. Everything gets a wrench thrown in the spokes, and you got to figure out how to deal with it. So you got to learn how to look after this small person. You got to bathe them. You got to feed them on time. You got to get them clothed. You got to know how to change them. You got to learn when to put and how to put them to bed. You got to learn, when to take them out, when to leave them in, who to leave them with if you want to go somewhere. There's no book that tells you all these things. You just got to learn it as you go. Granted, you might need some, but usually you learn from people that's been there, more so than books. You would talk to people that have children to learn what you need to do. Not everybody's going to tell you. It's like everything. you ask for people's opinion, but I mean, you might not agree with what they tell you should do, but you can take everything in.
You can maybe use the
You
advice
can
as
form
something.
your own opinion. You listen to different people and they'll tell you, well, you should do this or you should do that or you shouldn't do this or that. But some things might work for you, wouldn't work for them, or vice versa. But by listening to a lot of people that have been there or already had a child, you can form your own opinion of what you should do to look after this person that you got.
Mm.
You know, because one way or the other, you're responsible for that small person.
Well, all right. From, we'll say, toddler, because there's really only so many ways to care for a baby. That caring for a baby is pretty universal.
Yeah.
It's once they get older and start becoming more unique when it starts to change. Because I mean, you can't put like a baby on timeout. They don't get it. They just
Well, no.
eat, sleep,
They have
repeat.
to be able to speak or understand some things before you can even get to
So
that
say
point.
from, well, I guess even newborn to, I guess, well, all the way up until, well, we'll keep it at child. What are some tips that you found helpful that you would tell people about, if the kid's acting up, or I don't know, just tips. If someone came to you asking for advice,
Well, I could only tell them what I knew from my experience.
well, yeah,
It may not help their situation, but it's go back to the other part. Like if you get enough opinions from enough different people, you can form your own as to what to do. Because something I use for, say, if the child needs a punishment because they did something, they lied or they stole or they broke something, or the punishment has to fit the crime. Like some people might be a little more severe than others. Like say a child 2-year-old, they broke something. Well, I mean, you could speak to them. There's not much you can do. They're too young to understand a lot of things. Like you can explain to them that they shouldn't have done it, or try not to do it again, or whatever. But I mean, you can't say, okay, you're not allowed to play with toys for 2 weeks. They wouldn't understand that. Like you have to, according to the age of the child, you can only do what they would understand. And as the children age, it's usually a punishment is something that they have or they want that they don't want to do without, that you remove for a period of time. But I didn't have that case because we didn't have a lot of things. So I mean, there wasn't certain things that you couldn't live without that
Well,
I could take away as punishment
I'm
because
sure.
you didn't have enough of those things.
I'm sure there was other things, but the only thing I can remember is I remember my brother had that stuffed Hulk Hogan doll,
Yeah.
Buddy,
Yeah.
and then I had my blankie
Mm-hmm.
that I had for 12 or 13 years.
Mm-hmm.
Bill, I think.
My brother had a blanket for years and years. I don't think it had a name, but he could not go anywhere without that blanket. It was with him all the time.
Now mine wasn't that bad.
Oh no, he was a lineman.
Well, maybe.
He
Well,
took it everywhere, literally.
you'd know better than I would, but once I started having memories, I remember just having it in my room. I don't remember
Oh, yeah.
taking it around with me everywhere.
No, you did not take. I don't remember you doing that, but my brother did that. He had one, and he literally had to take it wherever he went when he went. It was never out of his hands. If he was awake, that blanket was in his hand all the time. And if you tried to take it, you want to see a child go ballistic, that would be it. Try to take his blanket, because that was his security. You didn't touch it; that was his. And you couldn't even, my mother couldn't even wash it because he wouldn't let go of it long enough. Even if she said to him, well, I'm just going to, no, couldn't have it. Like, wasn't allowed to take it even to wash it because he didn't want to have it sight or let go of it. Like, he was literally attached to this blanket. It was blue with stripes up and down, I remember.
Well,
I can still see it to this day.
do you think having, I guess, almost 3 separate goes at it, because you were with one guy who had kids, and you were with him long enough to raise them to some degree.
Well, yeah, I had a little interaction with them, yeah.
And then when you first got with my father, you had my brother, who would have been around for 6 or 7 years before he left, because he left when he was 18, 19.
Yeah, that's right, because he was only 11 or 12 when we met, yeah. So about 7 or 8 years, yeah.
And then I'll wrap myself and my younger brother together, because we're only 16 months apart, so there wasn't too much difference in race.
Yeah.
But do you think anything changed from kid to kid? Do you think you learned as you went on?
Not as much as I should have. Now that I look back, I should have done things differently, but I can't change what I did then. I can just look at it now and say, yeah, I made a mistake there. I shouldn't have done this or I shouldn't have done that. But I can't change of what I did. Like, I thought I was doing the best I could.
Well, okay. Well, I'll ask you 2 questions.
All
what do
right.
you think is your biggest, or if you don't have a biggest, name a regret or 2 you have, something you would change? If say, I mean, imagine you weren't in your 60s, you were, an age that where you could have a new child and it not cause health problems. What would you do differently?
If I could be in that situation, knowing what I know now, I would have raised the child differently. Like I wasn't stern enough.
Well,
like I didn't put out chores to be done weekly, or I didn't set out certain punishments for certain things that were done, and I should have. That would prepared is for more things and I don't think I did, because I lacked that. I didn't do it, or I didn't see it, or I just kind of, things just got away from me, and then by the time I got around to it was too late to do anything about it.
Yeah, I don't.
Time was already gone by to change that.
I don't really recall ever being punished or grounded or anything. I'm sure we were some, but I don't.
Very little. But I mean, I don't know if it's because I was spoken to so sternly when I was a child that I didn't want to do that to my kids. I'm not sure why, but now that I look back, I wished I had done it differently, because I didn't help them really. I made things worse for them because I didn't learn them things that they maybe should have known at the time.
Mm-hmm.
But like you say, in hindsight, you can't go back. You can only learn and go forward. But that's the only thing I would have changed. Like, I would have done things a little differently had I realized what I didn't do at the time. I mean, you listen to other people, they'll say, well, if that was me, I would do this. I don't like hearsay. Like, and I'm the type, I'm sorry, but I don't like being told what to do. And over the years growing up, I think that's part of my problem that I had. Too many people were telling me what I should be doing, and I just went the exact opposite, which screwed things up severely.
Well, I don't think, especially when it comes to kids, I don't think anyone wants to be told how to raise your
Well, if
kids.
I had a kid like that, I'd do this or I'd do that, and I'm thinking, that's a little stern.
Well, and
Like,
also, it's easy to say that when it's not your kid.
well, yeah, that's true too. Like, people have a different opinion of, how kids should be raised, and you got to take it all into consideration because, like I said, there's no manual. You got to learn as you go. I mean, you can take advice from others, but you can't literally take what they tell you. You got to kind of put everything into context and figure it out for yourself, which is kind of hard because here you got a person here you're responsible for, and you know nothing about how to look after them, and all of a sudden you got one, and it's like, okay, what do I do? Like, so you go to people that's been there to get advice, but like I say, 5 or 6 different people, 2 of them might not have the same advice. So then you're like, okay, what do I do? Like, this one said I should do this one said I should do that, and this one over here says, well, you shouldn't do any of that. So you're left with you're very confused because you don't know what to do. So you do the best that you think that you can. Like, you take everything into consideration, what's told to you, and you try to form your own plan of what you should do. But my plan didn't go as it probably should have because I was a little too flimsy on the stern part, but I can't change that now. It's too late now. I can't do anything about that. So.
Well, I mean, if we keep it, I guess, more centered on me, worked out eventually. I was a little slow because, well, like I said, I didn't move out till I was 22.
Yeah, but there's no law written anywhere that once a child reaches high school and graduates that they have to leave their home directly.
Well, no. I still got tons of friends who live at home.
I mean, you should be able to leave at home. I mean, at least for a few years after that, like until you get yourself organized and figure out what you really want to do. Like whether you have a job for a couple of years and then go to school, or you don't go to school and just take on a job and, but after a few years, a period of time, that it's time to get away from the nest and do your own thing.
Well, in a more, I guess, positive light, what do you think is something you did well? Ignore that you're talking to a child who could tell you if you did it well or not. Just what do you think is something you did well?
Well,
like something that you I guess it would be something that something you did that if someone was asking, you're like, well, this worked for me.
I don't really know if I've got an answer to that.
I don't know if the question has an answer.
Well, because as I said, like I took advice from a lot of different people, but I formed my own opinion. But as I look back, I don't think what I thought was right. I did at the time, but now it doesn't seem like I should have did that.
Well, I don't think that's necessarily a bad thing, though. I think having your own opinion is a good thing.
Well, yeah, you have to be able to think
ignoring
for yourself.
The fact whether or not what you did was right or not, or good or not. I think it's important to not just follow a book or follow... Because at that point, you're not raising your kids. A book is, or someone else is.
Well, yeah,
if you're just doing word for word what something tells you.
There are people that do that. Like I had a friend. This part... When infants are born, infants are on formula when they're born. Now the doctors will tell you should keep an infant on formula for a year or more than a year or whatever. Like, why? Like what? If they can get what they need from other things, why do they need a formula for a year or a year and a half? I had a friend that had a child on formula for a year and a half to almost 2 years. I said, what are you doing? Well, I said, well, a doctor's always right. Like, just because they got medical degrees doesn't mean they're always right. Like, you were off a formula at the age of 3 months. I don't see where it did any harm. I put you on food at 3 months of age. You didn't have formula after you were 3 months old. You were on regular milk. And I mean, most kids, I think back then it was probably close to a year. But it was very costly and couldn't afford it, so I had to learn a way to put you on a regular stuff because couldn't afford the other. It was too expensive. An infant, a case would do a month, but within a month or two, you're looking at 2 to 3 cases a month. You're looking at $40 or $50 a case, so you're looking at $100 and some a month just for the milk alone for a child. Like, and if you can't afford it, well, they got to get their nutrients from food. So I switched at 3 months because by New Year's of the year you were born, you were drinking whole milk and eating food. No more formula. I don't see where it does any harm. You don't have any medical conditions. You don't have, well, you might have some small things, but I mean...
I have nothing I'm aware of.
You have nothing major due to the fact that you weren't on formula for a whole year. Like, I don't think it caused any brain damage or any kind of slow.
I'm sure most of my friends would disagree with that.
Well, yeah, that's their opinion, right? But I don't know. It's like a guessing game. You do the best you can. That's all you can do. You know. Not everybody's always right.
All right. Well, to go off of the raising, I guess, and to go a little more focused on me for a minute. I imagine once the kid is walking and talking, you can start to now you might be wrong, but you can start to maybe think, I think this kid's going to be like this. I think this kid's going to turn out like this. Now I imagine that doesn't stop right then. I imagine that goes all the way up until in their teens, when you can still think, I think this is going to work out this way. What are some signs for me that you thought how it might have turned out?
Well, when you were probably, I don't know if you were 3, maybe less. I'd be sitting at the table writing recipes. You want to learn how to draw, or how to write, or how to print. You were quite young, because a lot of kids don't start that till between 4 and 5 or around 4, but you were barely 3. You want to learn how to print, because I was doing stuff. You wanted to know how to do that, so I tried to teach you at that age how to.
I imagine it didn't go well.
Oh no, it went fine. You picked it up quite quickly. I was surprised, actually, because I thought you were too young, but where you kept bothering me to do it, I got out paper and I showed you how to make letters.
I imagine if this was a one-day thing, you would just sort of ignore it as a.
Yeah, but you.
20 minutes later, he'll want something else. But this is something I was.
Well, every time you
constant.
seen me doing stuff, you want to know how to do it. So then I had to start teaching you how to print letters and stuff, because you wanted to know how to do that. I mean, they're a little wavy at first, but I have. Well, I don't know if I have. I have some somewheres that I saved from the time when you first started. Like, I would tell you what they were, and I would show you how to do it. Then I would let you try to do it. But you started trying to learn how to print and stuff when you were probably maybe 3 years old. Fairly young.
Mm.
So by the time, you got to, age of go to kindergarten and that, you already knew numbers and letters and things like that, because you started learning them when you were only 3 years old.
Well, so did you think that would lead me down a track of me being kind of, I guess, booky or smart?
Sort of. That's probably what I thought.
I mean, that's not
unusual.
true. I did take advanced courses and stuff like that. Now, I was not the smartest kid in those advanced courses.
No.
But.
Yeah. But, I mean, I suppose, could you see different things from that? I suppose, yeah.
Well, okay, so there's sort of an infamous one between me and a few people, because I've told people about it. And I don't know, actually, it's one of those things where you think you heard a story, and then you tell the story so many times that you don't know if the story's true anymore, if you're just retelling a story.
Oh, okay.
Is it true that when I was 3rd or 4th grade, that there was a letter sent home thinking that I might have been gay from a teacher? Because I have that in my head. I don't know where that came from. Because it certainly wouldn't have came from when I was in 4th grade. I would have no idea what any of that meant.
I don't remember a letter to that effect. I remember teachers constantly telling me.
Okay, maybe it wasn't a letter. Maybe it was teachers telling
Teachers
you.
were constantly telling me every time I went in to see how things was, or you go to the parent-teacher things every time they had them. And they would say, do you realize that your son has more female friends than male friends? I went, yeah, so what is your point? For some reason, they didn't think that was normal, I guess. They didn't say so, but 3 or 4
That's kind of what they were implying.
3 or 4 different ones would say, don't you find that odd that they know more girls than they know fellas? And I went, no.
Again, now I can't say this is for sure, but being a small town or a village, a little more close-minded.
True.
And I think they might have been saying, like, do you know, like, this is what we see.
Yeah,
now,
it could have been.
do I think that might be... Personally, I think if that were to be done today, that's wildly inappropriate.
True.
But different time, different place. Small towns are always different than the city.
That's true. And out in the country is different than that again.
Yeah.
So I mean, depending on where you live or brought up, people think differently, they act differently. Like, I mean, I have a few male friends. So does that mean, something odd because I get, male friends and I don't have female friends? Like, the other way around, like, if the shoe was on the other foot, I don't see, like, some people just have more of one than more of the other. It's just,
and it's not like I didn't have male friends, because I know I did. Some of my longest friends, at least when I was a kid, were male.
Yeah, but I don't know. It was just an observation of them. But I didn't think anything of it at the time because I said they're kids. Like, kids pick their friends as they want. Like,
okay, so that story is actually kind of true.
Kind of true, yeah. But they did. There was several teachers that did bring that up to me several times like you were quite young in school, like up to grade 4 or 5 maybe.
Yeah.
After that I never heard it, but up to that time, almost every year at least one teacher would have said that or brought it up to me, that concern. I'm like, whatever, like, it's like some things, you just kind of take stuff with a grain of salt. So they know more females than males, like, so, like, what's the big deal? Like, doesn't that bother you? I went, no. Like, at least they have friends. Like, doesn't bother me if they're male or female. It makes no difference. Like, I try to think that way. It should make no difference. It's like color or anything. Like, it should make no difference. Like, why would it make any difference? Like, I don't see the difference. Like, I was brought up that way. Like, there should be no difference, whether it's male, female, or if you're white, black, whatever, yellow, red, whatever color you are. Like, it shouldn't make any difference. Like, but that did not concern me.
Well, is there anything, I don't know, any other interests that you thought, and this would have to be getting a little older than an infant, but anything that you saw, like, maybe he'll do that when he's older, or... Because the only one thing I can say for sure is I don't think I ever showed any signs of following in Dad's footsteps. Because even into my adulthood, showed little interest in cars.
The only thing I could see that I noticed between you and your brother, I would say you're more you would be an office type person. Doesn't matter what it would be, you would be office related.
I mean, I do
of some form of indoors work. Whereas your brother, I could see him as a hands-on type, like a labor type of work. Whereas you, I didn't see that. You would be more maybe not book smart, but more. You would do things in office. It wouldn't matter what kind of work it was. It wouldn't be outside work.
What made you think that?
Wouldn't be physical labor.
Only because, the reason I ask is because it's not like I wasn't physical. I was a pretty active kid. Played sports.
It had nothing to do with that. It was just that, from what I noticed growing up, that you were more to book-related things than you were like you were physical as far as sports things and this and that and the other, but I mean, you were into more book type things. Your brother wasn't into books at all, like not even a little bit. Like, I thought, no, it's not his thing. Like, he just wasn't. I myself was not into books. I struggled to get through school.
Well, okay, what's it like having a kid be into something vastly different than you? Because you and I have, at least in our adulthood, have some crossover in, like, movie likes. But as far as, like, what you do in your free time and what I do in my free time, you barely understand what I do.
No, I don't. No. I don't know how that plays
in growing up, I know I read a lot, so what's it like? I mean, I guess if I wanted a book, you just get me a book.
Yeah.
Because if you didn't like reading and I read all the time.
I just found it different because to me, I find books boring. I don't know why. I was always a get up and go and do. To sit still to look at something, I couldn't do. Like, I'm too fidgety to sit still to read a book.
Well, you still can't sit. You can barely sit still to
No.
watch a movie.
No, I can't. That's right, because my legs get tingly and my feet get I get like restless leg syndrome or something. I can't stay still only for a period of time because it's just the way I've always been. Like, I can't change that. It's just me. Like, and I think that's probably why I couldn't take into books and stuff. Like, not that I don't know how to read, but it doesn't appeal to me. Doing something appeals to me, like going or seeing but to read, no, I can't do it. I have to be in one spot for a length of time and I can't do it. Like, I can't stay there. Like, you want me to do that, I can do that. Like, I need to go, I need to move. Because I remember constantly, your father was always, will you sit down? I said, I can't. But I have an issue with my feet now, which the doctors say it's, I have to sit a certain way. I'm not supposed to do this, I'm not supposed to do that. Like, I do have problems with my feet. That may cause some of it, but I don't know.
Well, you've been like that my entire life.
I was like that as a kid. Like, it didn't just develop. I've always been that way. I can't sit still. Like, it's just me. I have to move. Have to be moving or standing all the time. I can't sit. I'm just too fidgety. It's just...
Well, and now that I think about it, the reason why, well, I mean, usually this recording is more about video games and stuff. That's probably where I got it from his dad, because he played them all the time.
Yeah.
Till he couldn't hold a controller anymore.
Yeah. But I can't... Like, when I was a certain age, before your father came into the picture, I used to love pinball machines because it was action, moving, like something. It's like watching movies. Like, in the last little while, I got into watching soap type movies or what they call sappy movies. But before, I couldn't be bothered. I like action movies, lots of action, movement, because it's me. I can't stay still, so they have to be doing something all the time. That's why I think that's why I like those kinds of movies, because there's stuff going on all the time. You ain't got time to think about things. It's just moving constantly. But other than that, I don't know.
I think I know the answer to this.
Okay.
But what is, as I was growing up, the biggest accident I would have gotten into? I'm not sure if there was anything where you thought I was going to die. I'm not sure. I don't think there's anything to that level, but unless there's something I don't know about. But
no, the only thing I remember was for the time you ran into the fence sliding.
That's what I figured.
Cut your head. You had a bandage around your head for a period of time.
Well, okay, so
You had a big chunk out of your head.
now this is another part of the like. I don't really remember the story because I would have been 8.
You were younger.
Well, because it was December 31st, 1999. Was the day it happened.
Huh? I don't even remember that.
It was around 8 p.m. Why I remember all this, I don't know. But I remember having that stupid... I know it was 99, because I remember having that stupid snowman that we had that you'd hit it on the table and would say, Happy 2000, and then would laugh. I hated that thing. So I knew it was 99.
Yeah, I vaguely remember that snowman, but now that you say that, now that wouldn't have stuck in my head. Huh.
Well, I guess part of it is because it happened to me, so it stuck in my head.
Well, that's
more.
probably
And
why.
I was 8, so like that's an age where you start having memories.
Memories of things, yeah.
Now,
I do remember.
I'll describe it from what I remember, and then I'll see where they converge. So, I don't remember exactly how it happened. I know I was sliding, turned, fell off slide, and hit a fence. Hard, obviously, because it took a chunk out of my head.
Yeah.
Now, if the way I remember it is I was wearing one of those winter ski mask, like face mask things, the elastic band around your face.
Yeah.
And the blood was pooling inside the hat. Because I remember saying I don't feel good, and I had Dave, who was a couple of years older than me, look, and he said, "You look fine. You didn't notice anything," but I didn't feel good. So I went inside, and I don't. Do you remember if I was visibly bleeding when I came in the house?
I don't remember.
Because what I remember is I came into the house. I said I didn't feel good, and as I was taking my hat off, my brother was coming out of the bathroom to essentially see my head explode because all the blood came out of the hat.
Yeah,
And in my mind, he opened the door, saw that, closed the door again. That's what happens in my mind.
I don't remember that, but that could have. I don't remember it, honestly. But I remember you had to go to the hospital and have it checked, and they put a bandage all the way around. Because I remember that, because there's a picture of that.
Yeah.
But you don't look that old, but maybe you were.
I'm pretty sure that's when it was.
Because you look to me younger than that, like maybe 5 or 6, but it might have been older. I can't remember. If I could find the picture, there might be some kind of date on it that would...
I'd be interested. In my head, I was 7.
Well, it might have been.
Well,
I'm not sure.
That's
so
just because
it could have been.
for whatever reason, I'm attached to it being December 31st, 1999. So I would have been 7, so I assume I was 7.
Yeah, probably were. But if I can find the picture, I can look it up, because there is a picture with the bandage on your head. I remember we took a picture of it. And there would be a date stamp on the photograph,
Yeah.
which would give you some idea, because sometimes you don't always get stuff done right away, but even if it was the next year, you would still have a window to go by, like when it happened. Because even if the film didn't go to the store till after the new year or whenever, like, you would still know. But yeah, I don't remember. But I do remember you had a chunk out of your head. And when you got a haircut, it always left a space on your head because...
Oh, it's still there.
Oh, yeah.
If my hair's too short, you can see the bald spot.
Yeah, because hair wouldn't grow because of the chunk. Wherever your hair grows from in your scalp, that piece was gone. So you couldn't get it back. Like, it was, knocked it out from the fence. But, yeah.
So now, was that the worst thing that happened? Because I know my brother had 2 things that are probably both much worse and much more frightening.
I only remember one. The time he came in beat up. He was in a fight with a bunch of guys.
Oh, I wasn't even going to count that one. Because to me, that one wasn't even that bad.
Well, I don't remember any other ones.
Because he came in the house quietly. So it wasn't that bad. Wasn't that beat up.
No, but
He what? Well,
he was all swelled up, and everything was distorted. But I don't remember any other time.
Well, there's a time the nail went all the way through his foot.
Oh, yeah.
Came out the top.
Well, it went through his little toe. Went through his pinky.
Oh,
toe.
for whatever reason, I thought it was his foot.
No,
What?
it was his toe. Went right through
but
it.
I mean, he was quite young, which means I was young too. So
Yeah, he would have been... I don't know if he would have been school age.
Well, okay, so of that...
It went right through his toe. Like, right through from
Of
the bottom
that,
to...
the time he got beat up, and when he bit his tongue off,
Oh, yes.
what was the most troubling to you? I imagine the tongue.
The tongue one was...
Because I imagine there was a lot of blood with that one.
There was, yeah. We couldn't figure out what it was. We didn't know at first. I remember. Yeah, you guys were very small at the time. He was only...
Now, I think he was, 2, maybe?
if he was that. Might have been younger than 2.
Or maybe
You might have been 2. He might have been a year and a half. Well,
Yeah.
you might have been 2.5 and he was a year and a half. Like, you were old enough to talk but not know a lot of things. And
Okay,
him,
so...
I don't know if he talked. Maybe just not very much. So he was quite young. Like
Now, now this is another story that could have been warped with time that I remember. Is that, from my understanding, he fell off a slide, clamped down, and bit his tongue clean off.
No.
Or not clean off, but it was hanging by a thread.
It was hanging by the bottom of the tongue, yes.
Yeah.
From one side to the other. It was dead center.
Yeah.
He was young. The only reason I remember he was young because he was still on a bottle. He didn't drink out of a cup. He drank out of a bottle. So he wasn't on a sippy cup at that time.
Well, and
I thought, well, it would be time to get him off. So he must have been between a year and a half and 2, or right around there, because usually that's when most people, unless they, do it younger, but most people are at least that age when they start trying to get kids off of bottles.
Well, then, true or false? Because this is another one of those stories that I have. But now, I have no memory of this. This just goes from what I think you've told me before.
What?
Did I or did I not put him in a wagon and make ambulance sounds to get your attention?
I don't remember. You might have put him in the wagon because you come running into the house, and when I went out, he was in the wagon.
Mm.
So now whether you put him in there, because you come in screaming, I remember that there was something wrong. And I went out, he was sitting in the wagon. But as far as I know, I didn't see it. I only know by what you said because I was in the house to go to the bathroom or something, and when I went out, he had fallen from the time I came in till the time you come screaming to the door. I didn't actually see what happened, so I don't honestly know if that's what happened. But that's what you said happened. He fell off the slide, and when he fell, his mouth was open. He drove his teeth through his bottom chin, or bottom lip. Yeah, drove the bottom teeth through his lip, and the tongue. I don't know what happened, but it was slit from side to side, right down to the bottom.
Mm.
So when it was almost an hour after it happened, because we didn't see all these holes or the split in the tongue. We just seen blood pouring out of his mouth. I called the neighbors and they come over and I said, hold this kid so I can see what's going on, because he was flipping out so much you couldn't tell what was wrong or how he was injured or where. It was almost an hour after the fact that we found out the tongue was split from side to side because we didn't see it. We seen the teeth through the mouth and this and that.
And you would assume that's it.
Yeah, but I mean it was still going on, so we didn't know. So then when we seen the split in the tongue, then we took him to the hospital. We had to sit for 4 hours with a screaming child to wait to see somebody, which was pissed me off. 4 hours, from 1 o'clock in the afternoon till 5 o'clock before they finally looked at him just to say, well, we can't sew tongues. I sat here 4 hours with a screaming child and you're telling me you can't do anything. Well, no, they get infected. You can't sew tongues. And I thought, well, how's his tongue going to fix itself if you don't sew it together? Because it was literally gaping.
Well, and it did fix itself.
They said by the end of the week it would be closed, and I didn't believe them, but it did. It closed within a week, 5 days. It closed up again. And I thought, I didn't actually believe it, but it did. But I think that's what caused his speech problem. The more I think
That could have been.
Yeah, because of his tongue being split from side to side. Because he didn't speak right, and then he had to go for therapy and stuff for speaking when he was 3.
I remember
I think it was that.
Taking him to that, but I don't remember how bad he talked.
He couldn't say about 8 or 9 letters of the alphabet. He couldn't pronounce them at all. Couldn't say them. Because he couldn't pronounce C, P, S. There was quite a few letters, 6 or 8 or something. He couldn't, if they were in a word, he left it out because he didn't know how to say them. So he had to learn how to talk, how to say these. He couldn't make the sounds of them even because he didn't know how to say them. But I still blame it on this split in the tongue that caused his speech problem. But I could be wrong, but that's what I think it was. Because his tongue was split open and closed. Like that caused his. That's why the delay in the speaking, because his tongue was.
Yeah.
I don't know. But once he learned, she said it would take. I remember the lady he went to. She said it would take a while before he would learn, and it was. I think he started in May, and it was almost December or Christmas before he learned to speak any of the letters. But once one come, they all come. Within a month, he could say them all.
Yeah.
Once the first one come, the rest fell into place. But it took 6 months almost to get to the first one.
Yeah, I have some memories of
Yeah.
being in the car driving him there, but that's about it.
Well, he couldn't say your name.
Well, yeah, he was just singing it.
Yeah, he couldn't say it. Stop sign. Because he couldn't say ST or P. He could say P at the end of a word, but not at the beginning. Because he would say op. That's all he would say for stop. Because he couldn't say the ST at all. And it was C. I can't remember all the letters, but there was quite a few. But anyway, that come around. Then it was he never shut up. Talked too much. No.
Well, before I do the next jump, is there anything between us being kids? Well, I guess from infants to early teens, when you would have got your business, because that's the next thing I want to talk about. Is there anything you want to mention in those years? Anything that sticks out to you? Either doesn't have to be about myself, could be about you. Anything in that 10, 12 years.
I don't know. There's nothing that I can think of off the top of my head that sticks out. There's probably things that I should know, but I just, on the spur, I just can't think of it right now. Of things that were, because things just went along as they were. I mean, injuries were looked after and life went on. Like, kids did what kids did, you know. Tried to stay out of trouble. I can't remember anything, you know, out of line during that time.
Well, maybe neither was.
I mean, your brother started trouble when he started trouble when he was 2 or 3 years old, but things have never changed since then, but...
Well, I wasn't exactly a peach.
Well, no.
For a period of time.
But all kids are different. I have not met a single person that has only 2 in the family, be it either 2 males or 2 females or a male and a female, that one is not exactly opposite of the other. Because everyone I know, they're like that. Everybody I know myself that has 2 children, they're like day and night. I said, well, it must be a given or something.
Well, I think part of it probably comes from we're so close in age.
Possibly.
So we didn't... I don't know. I can't speak. Me being the oldest, I feel like... Well, I know him being the youngest, he always wanted everything I had.
Well,
because
yeah,
we were so close in age, he couldn't wrap his head around why I would get something and not him.
Well, yeah, that's true too. But a lot of kids are like that.
Well, yeah, that's pretty normal.
That's...
Even if you're an only child, you just look to the kid next door and be like, well...
So-and-so got that, why can't I have it? Type of thing. Yeah. That's a given, I guess, in any situation. If someone else has it, you want it if you don't have it. And you want to know why you can't have it, if you can have it.
Well, then, fast-forwarding to go be about you again, because another thing that makes you more unique than you probably think is you are, I mean, shocker, a woman, because you're my mother, who ran her own business for many, many years.
Well, not many years, a few years. But
Counted as many. I don't know. I don't actually know how long it was. Was it 6, 7?
about 7 years, 7 to 8 years, whatever, yeah, around that.
Well, and still, it's not... You didn't... You were essentially forced out of business due to everyone else, not yourself.
Well, no, I would have still been at it probably, but...
Essentially where your place was located, your main clientele was all getting laid off, which means you didn't have clientele anymore.
Well, with no clientele, you can't make a business, so you got to do it or move. Like, everybody thought I would move, but if I had somewheres to move, I probably would have moved, but due to circumstances, like, you know, I couldn't do anything else, like...
Well, and I guess run through that of owning your own business, because it's not like you started it from the ground up. You worked there for several years, and then you took it over and made it your own.
Well, I worked there because the person that actually owned the business, when I left uptown, which I was there almost 25 years, I went to work there. The fellow that owned the business, he had a sister-in-law, I believe, was running the place. But they knew nothing about that kind of work. They knew absolutely nothing. And they used to ask me about this and that, and how to order, and what to order, and when to order. And I'm thinking, why would someone try to take over a business and oversee it and manage it when they don't know anything about it? Like, maybe they just give it to them because they wanted them to have something to do, but they didn't know what they were getting into. So I'd help them along for a while, and then they didn't like it because it wasn't their thing. Like that's probably why they didn't pick it up, because it wasn't their thing.
Mm.
But me, on the other hand, like, I knew how things ran and what they went, how they were, and, I helped them along. So eventually they, like, I don't want to do this. Like, it's basically they were forced to do it, and they didn't really, it wasn't their thing. So the owner come to me and he said, well, why don't you buy the business? And I'm thinking, I don't know. Like, I didn't know if I wanted to take that kind of jump. Because running your own business is way different than working for somebody else. Because when you go in the door, you do your work and you leave. When you have your own business, you got to think about stuff 24/7. You got things to look after and do, and it's a whole different ball game, and it's a lot more work. I thought, well, you'd buy a job. I said, well, I suppose, because if I didn't take it over, the place would have closed, or something would have happened. I thought, well, I thought about it for a period of time. In the meantime, I come into some money. The fellow wanted $10,000 for the business, which meant the equipment and stuff, because the place was rented. So, you only got the equipment and
Now,
the business
to me,
and whatever.
I might be wrong, but that sounds relatively cheap
Well, yeah, it was relatively cheap for whatever.
for what it was.
Anyway, so I come into some money due to insurance that I got. Yeah. No, it was 7,000. That's what I come into. 7,000. But the guy wanted 10,000 for this business. And I thought about it. I got this money. I didn't do anything because I didn't know if the money was mine. They said it was mine. It came to me.
But you just didn't believe it.
And no, because it was too much money. And I thought, there's no way an insurance company is going to give me this much money just because.
Yeah.
So I kept the money and kept the money and kept the money and done what I, worked away at what I was doing. So eventually the guy left and I took it over, because once I realized that the money they were sending me was mine, I talked to the guy again after a few weeks. He said, well, he wanted $10,000 for the business. So I took this money that I came into as a sign that I was supposed to do this.
Mm.
This was a sign. I was supposed to buy this business. So I thought, well, I got to do something. If I want a job, I might as well buy my own job and work for myself. So I took $5,000 from the $7,000 that I was given. I give to the man, which paid half of what he wanted for the business. He then said he would finance the balance with no interest until it was paid. So I paid him $250 a month until the $5,000 was paid off.
Mm.
No interest. So then I owned the business. I didn't own the property, but I owned the business and the equipment and stuff that was there. So I started. Things went pretty good for the first while. It was a lot of headaches. I had an accountant, which helped, because some types of paperwork I know nothing about, because when you own a business, you have to pay the government, and you have to pay, this and that, and there's all these other things I didn't understand, so that's why I kept the accountant that was looking after the business when I took it over.
Well, yeah, because I remember when you wanted to change your prices
Yeah.
so that after taxes they came out to an even amount to help the player. To help the customer, basically, so it's easier for them to pay, and you don't have to worry with that much change.
Yeah.
I remember you got me to figure all that math out for you, and
I
only would have been 14 or 15 years old.
Well, I was not good at math, and you seem to be better. Math was never my strong suit. This is why I had such a hard time with that stuff. Like, I could make things balance and that, but math was never my strong suit. I don't like math. I never liked math, and I struggled with it.
Well, and see, you doing that it basically spoiled me for life, because it drives me insane that you go somewhere and after taxes you're paying, say, like $18.67. Well, you would say, no, like, after taxes this comes to exactly $18, because you charged whatever it would have been before taxes.
Accordingly, with the taxes already into it. You would figure it out so the taxes.
And I've been spoiled since, and it's been almost a decade.
Yeah. Well, it is confusing because I remember when you were very small, when you wanted to buy something in a store, and it said, say for example, $3, but actually you'd have to pay whatever it was, because you had to pay tax.
Yeah.
I could not explain tax to kids because
Oh no.
they didn't understand it. If it says $3, that's what they figured it was, so they'd give you $3, but it wouldn't buy the item. But it was too hard, and you were too young to understand that you got to pay more than that. That's
I mean,
what
there's
it
adults.
says.
There's adults that don't understand sales tax, so it makes sense that kids wouldn't.
Oh yeah, I don't understand a lot of things either, but some places they do have stuff set up so that whatever your tax is already included. So you look at the final price, and that's the price.
I wish everything was like that.
Well, yes, it would
Everything
be much
listed
simpler.
should just show you what it is after taxes.
What do you have to pay? Yeah, never mind. You got to figure. Okay, well, this is this much I got to pay. I mean, nowadays, if the tax is 15%, if you spend $100, it's going to cost you $115 to have it.
It's not hard to do the math, especially where everyone's got a calculator in their pocket these days.
Well, true.
But especially when you're buying a bigger item, you might see, like, say, a TV, something that costs a lot of money.
Yeah.
And go, that doesn't seem so bad. But then you forget the taxes might add $100 or $200 onto it. And then suddenly, it's a little pricey.
It's not as good a deal as it sounded, or it appeared.
Yeah.
That's true. I don't know why they can't figure whether it's too complicated.
I think it's one of those things where it's gone on too long now.
I think the only reason I think that they do not do that, it's too much paperwork down the road.
Well, no, that's what I mean. They've gone too far without doing it.
Well, because if you put the price of something up with the tax included, that's fine. But if you want to raise things, it's too much hassle, whereas if the tax isn't already on it, it's easier to change.
Well, yeah, I guess that you'd have to, if the tax changed, you'd have to change the price of everything in the store.
Right.
As opposed to just change how much you charge once you bring it in.
Yeah. But there must be more paperwork involved if you cannot include the tax in the price of items. There's got to be a reason for it, and that's the only one I can see, that to change your base is a lot easier than change the total, because the taxes would change according to what it is or what have you. Whereas the item, if it's $2 and all of a sudden you want to charge $2.50, so you can put up $2.50, then you add your tax. Whereas if you already get the tax on, there's more paperwork involved to change it with the tax in if you want to change it up. And I think that's why they don't do that. Like there's too much more paperwork involved or something. I don't know. But I could be wrong.
Well, so for anyone who, I guess assume anyone listening has never met you, describe what your place was. I obviously know what it was, but...
Well, I rented a space. It was like a cafeteria setting in a building. Originally, the building was some form of hospital at one time. It was a big area. It would hold over 40 people in total. Like, it was a big space.
Well, and you had a lot of floor space, too. Like,
Oh, yeah.
you definitely, like, if you go to places to eat nowadays, they never have that much room to walk.
No.
Because, I mean, you could have fit almost double the amount of tables
Oh, yeah.
you had in there.
Oh, yeah. Most definitely, yeah. But I never did, but... I mean, I was content as things were. Like, I wasn't in it to make a buck. I was just in it because I liked to do it. I mean, I wanted to make enough to get by. If I made a little more, fine. But if I made less, that was not good. But I wasn't in it to try to get ahead in life. I was in it because I had something to do. I liked what I did, and I did it because it gave me something to do that I enjoyed. So that's why I did it. Not so much to make a fortune, because if you have your own business, you're not going to make a fortune. It's impossible. Unless you didn't pay yourself, or if you had no staff and you could pay yourself, that's fine. But if things were tight, you got to have enough product to sell. So, I mean, if you haven't got enough coming to get more supplies, you're not getting ahead. Like you're just barely getting by. You've got to bring enough in to cover what you need to buy to sell. So, and if you don't have stuff to sell, you're not going to make any money to buy any more stuff to sell. So you got to be at a certain point in order to get ahead at all, like even a little. Because otherwise, like, if there's not enough supply and demand, you don't have enough product. If you can't afford to buy enough product, you won't make any money because you don't have enough things to sell. So it's a circle, like, it's definitely a learning experience. I don't know if I would not ever do it again. I mean, I learned a lot of things. I mean, it was quite a headache at times, but I still liked it because it was mine,
Mm.
I remember one day there was a couple come in. They were from out of town somewhere, and they would only go to places that would support local people. They didn't go to conglomerates or chain stores or chain restaurants or whatever. They went to individual places that individuals own. That's the only places they would go. And they come in one day. They used to come quite frequently once they started, but they asked me, they said, well, because it was almost closing time. And I said, well, that's fine, like whatever you want, I'll make it up. They said, well, wouldn't the owner get upset if you were here longer than close? I said, I can do what I want. If I want to stay here another 2 hours, I could do that.
Yeah.
I mean, I said, I own the business. I said, if I want to stay another hour or two, I will. If I wanted to close an hour ago, I could have. Like,
And that wasn't uncommon. I definitely
No.
remember getting, you'd call the house and say, staying for an extra hour or two. And
well, yeah, because sometimes I had people come in and I would not refuse them.
Yeah.
If they wanted to eat, I'd cook for them. Like it's just the way I was. And they used to come, every time they came to town, they would come in to eat. And I'd sit with them and I'd talk with them. And anybody that come in late, I would always do that. I'd sit at the table with them and talk to them.
Well, and
while
that's
they
the
were
other
there.
thing, coming back from like when we were talking about when you worked at Reggie's, becoming pretty well known, was the same thing here, because you didn't just, I mean, in rush hour you didn't really have a choice, but when it was a little quieter, if there was no one ordering food, you sat down and talked to everyone.
It was just something you did. Like, if you knew people, you sit down and conversate with them while they were there. Like, people just got to know that. They get used to that. So, when I had my place, I done the same thing. If somebody came in, no one was there, I'd sit and talk with them while they were there. Like, if I wasn't pressed to do something at the time. But if I did that, sometimes I'd have something to do. I'd be a little longer, but it wouldn't matter. I mean, it was me, so it wouldn't make any difference if I was a little later. That would have been my choice, not by, rules and regulations, but,
Well, what are some, I guess, do's and don'ts to anyone who wanted to start their own business? I know every industry is different, but
True.
even if it is just centered around food, or if it's more general.
Well, it wouldn't matter. To me, my advice to anybody that wants to start, make sure you like what you're going to do. That, to me, is the first thing on the top of the list. Do not get into something you don't like, because that's your first mistake.
Well,
You
outside
gotta
of,
like what you do. Doesn't matter what it is. If it was sweeping up garbage, it wouldn't make any difference. Don't go full out into something that you don't really like. You've got to like it above everything else. Is this the only way you will get ahead in what you do. You got to like it. To me, that's the number one thing for any kind of work. You got to like what you do, because if you don't, you're in the wrong line of work.
well, outside of the business side of things, you've been cooking for over 30 years at that point,
Yeah,
professionally.
yeah. I started cooking when I was probably late teens.
Now, how old were you when you bought the place? Roughly, anyway, if you don't remember exactly.
Well, I'm trying to think. All right, 2001. Okay, so 2001 was what, 17 years ago?
Yep.
So, 17 years ago, so it was after that. Say around 2002, so 15 years. So I would have been what, 47?
All right, so late 40s.
Late 40s.
Mid to late 40s, we'll say.
Late 40s. Mid to late 40s. Yeah.
Well, see, I think that's good for people to hear, whether they think so or not. Because nowadays, there's everyone seems to think if you have not done everything you set out to do by the time you're 30, you're a failure. And here,
I don't agree.
you ran a successful business that you didn't even start until your mid to late 40s.
No, I don't agree. It shouldn't matter. You could start at any time.
Well, it's because, with social media, you see more successful people just because you see more people online.
Well,
And you see these kids who, do crazy things by the time they're 20. You tend to turn a blind eye to the fact their parents probably paid for everything.
True.
But,
Well, some people in them situations have more advantage than the average person because, like you say, if everything's handed to you and you don't have to work for it, you get things much easier. You can do things a lot sooner or a lot quicker than anybody else. But if you have to work to get to that point, it's a whole different ballgame because you got there through a process. You didn't somebody didn't say, okay, here's some money, go do this. Like you had to work to figure out how to get there, or you just had to be in the right place at the right time for something to happen. To me, they say everything happens for a reason. So I go by things like that. Like there's a reason for things. Like you might not understand them, but there's a reason for everything, usually. But even if you don't get it, there's a reason for everything. But to me, anybody, wouldn't matter what age you are, if you want to do something on your own, make sure you like it. Other than that, things should fall. If you like what you do, things should fall into place for you, regardless of what it is you're trying to do.
well, even if it doesn't end up working out, would you recommend people, when given an opportunity like that, would you say people should take it?
Oh yeah, I would. I wouldn't think twice. Like if someone presented me with an opportunity and I thought I could do it and I'd like to try, I'd jump.
Well, say there's
I'd try it.
Say there's a restaurant in the city and because you knew them from such and such place, they were going to close, and they said, "Well, we'll sell it to you." Would
Oh
you
yeah,
do it?
I'd jump on it. I would jump on it just like that. I wouldn't think twice. Because you can always get something out of nothing. But again, back to the same, you gotta like what you do. Doesn't matter what it is, you gotta like it. To me, that's more important than having money, knowing all your this and that and the other thing. Like if you like what you do, it'll work out.
Well, I mean, you and I have talked a dozen times of like my line of work is not a line of work you go into for money.
No.
But I've also told you how many hours I put in unpaid.
Yeah. Now, does
'Cause I
that bother you?
Nope.
Well, that's what I mean. Like the work I do, it's the same thing. I may do a lot of work that I don't get paid, but that doesn't bother me. I do what I like.
Well, I guess it is technically a job for some. Well, it is a job, but just pays wildly different. Rather, this whole internet thing that I do, I put up. I guessed the other day, and I was wrong. I have almost 260 things I've put up, which is a lot.
Right.
I don't see a cent from it. I pay money to, get internet. I mean, I'd be paying for internet anyway. I paid money for that microphone. I paid money for this and that. I'm technically in the hole.
But you're still doing it.
Yeah.
Why?
I like
Because
it.
you like it.
But when I don't like it, and this, I actually talked about this recently. I did something before you came down. That when I'm not liking it, I might stop for a week or two. And then when I want to do it again, I'll start up again.
Well, you have that option because it's your choice.
Yeah.
That's what it is.
Well, yeah, a
It's your
full-time
choice.
job, you don't really have that option.
No. But if you're doing something on your own time, your own whatever, you get to choose when and if you do it. You get to pick. No one gets to tell you when you have to, because things that are forced are usually not liked. If it's got to be forced, you're not going to like it. It's like if somebody said, "Well, you have to do this," I work for a company, I have to be at work at a certain time. Well, I mean, that's a little different. But I mean, when you're doing things on your own, you have your own, you get your own guidance to go by. Where, when, where, how, and whatever you're going to do, say, or whatever. Like, somebody's not telling you when and how, and you decide. So when you decide, it's up to you. If you don't want to, like you say, you don't have to. But if anybody was wanting to do things on, like, start whatever, even if it's not connected to what you want to do. If it's something you want to do it. Who's going to stop you? Why would anybody want to? If it's not their thing, they're not going to say anything. You know, I wouldn't object to anybody starting something if they like to do it. Doesn't matter what it is. That's just my opinion on things. Like, you know, I wouldn't say people should follow what everybody else thinks just because that's the norm. Shouldn't have to. You should do what you like to do. Whether other people agree or not, it's not up to them to decide what you want to do. It's up to you to decide what you want to do. Other people shouldn't dictate to you what you have to do or whatever. Like, you have to choose for yourself. If you want to do something that people think's ridiculous, well, that's up to you. That's your choice. No one should begrudge anybody that because they're using their own head. They're thinking about themselves. They're doing what they want to do. Whether that other person agrees or they don't, or whether dozens agree or they don't, shouldn't make any difference. People have to think for themselves. You have to do what you want to do. Don't let other people dictate what you should do. You know, and that comes back to, if you like something, do it. Don't let other people's opinions sway you from what you might want to do. Like, it's up to yourself. If you're an individual, you can think for yourself. You can take opinions of others, but if you're doing something because you like it, good for you. Doesn't matter who you are or what you're doing. No one put you in that position, only yourself. People tend to enjoy things more if they put themselves into the situation as opposed to somebody else putting them there. So, my opinion is, if you want to do something, go for it. You know.
Well,
you never know what'll come out of things. You know.
Fast forward again. Did you have any of the... You might not have, where my brother still lived at home, but did you have any of the, I guess, empty nest syndrome after I left?
Well, yeah.
Now, my brother had left before I did, but he came back after a couple months. But when I left, that was it. I haven't been home since. Well, I've visited, obviously, but I haven't lived at home since I left.
No.
And that was 4.5 years ago.
Well, yeah, things change. You got to get used to a different routine because there's one person in the equation that's not in the equation. They're not there. So you learn to do things a little differently because the person is not there. Like, as far as changing a lot of stuff, you think a little differently because, oh yeah, well, they're not here. They're not going to be here. You got to come to the realization once someone goes, they're probably not coming back, only to visit.
Yeah.
Like, they're not going to be there permanently, so you got to adjust yourself to, okay, they're doing their own thing, they're out on their own, they got their own life now. When they have time, they'll get into your life again, but it's their time now. You had your time. They're off they got to go, and it's human nature. They have to, once kids get to a certain age, it's normal for them to leave the nest and do their own thing. That's anything, doesn't matter what it is, people, animals, whatever. Like, once they get to a certain point, it's time to move on. I mean, some people never move on, but it could be circumstances, could be...
Well, it's
could be a lot of things.
Everyone's different.
Well,
so.
Yes, everybody's different, but on the general, yeah, once it gets to a certain point, people leave. You have to adjust. Like, you hope they do well. I mean, if they get stuck, you help them out. You do what you can, but they've got to have the chance to do their own thing or attempt to do their own thing. You can't tell them what or how or when. You can give them your opinions on stuff, but that's all you can do. Whether they take it, That's another story. It's like people doing business. You can give your opinion to somebody, but if they don't take it, well, that's them. Like, you give your opinion, but they don't have to take it. You know. It's just a matter of, you got to adjust. I mean, once you realize they're not there and not going to be there, you just adjust around that. Life goes on. Things would be different because they're going to be different. One thing's missing. It's like putting wrench or nuts on a tire. If one falls off, one's missing. Well, something's different. It's still there. Things are going to change, but they're not going to get any worse, because of it. But people just learn to adjust. That's just the way things are.
Well, and I'm sure you might have had a different question if I asked you this 4 years ago after I'd been gone for a few months.
Maybe.
Well, because you'd still be in the process of getting used to it, I imagine.
Well, yeah.
But where it's been years now, I imagine you're a little more clicked into it.
Well, yeah. If someone were to approach me and they'll say, well, how's your son doing in Halifax? Oh, fine. He got his own life, doing his own thing, blah, 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 blah. And that's the end of that. Like, you learn to accept the fact that this child is gone. They're starting their own thing now. You got to learn to adjust that they're thinking for themselves now. You're not telling them what to do and when to do it. They're learning for themselves what to do.
Mm.
You just gotta, you can't change it. You might not like it, but that's the way it is. That's the way things go. You gotta adjust.
Well, for the most part, that catches us up to modern day.
Mm-hmm.
Is there anything you want to go over? I guess what I'm saying is, I don't really have that many questions left. Or any, really.
Not that I can think of, but my advice to people, if anybody, if you want to do something, go for it. Don't let people tell you you can't do something, or they think it's stupid, or, it's whatever you feel. If you want to do it, go for it. Don't let other people decide for you what you want to do or what you want to try. Even if you fail, at least you know you tried. No. That would be my advice, Whatever you feel yourself. If you want to do something, go for it.
Alright, so the last thing, and I don't know how well this is going to go, because these are normally meant for much smaller children, but I told you this yesterday, that I found a how well do you know your son quiz. And I'll turn them around and I'll see if I can answer them about you. I can almost guarantee I can't. I know very little about you.
Yeah.
I know you like Pepsi. It's pretty much where it starts and stops.
Okay.
So, you probably don't know the first question, but it says, who is my best friend? So we'll go back to, I guess, more when I was living with you. And there's about half a dozen answers I'd accept to that question.
Who was your best friend? Say when you were living at the house?
Yeah.
I honestly couldn't tell you.
You couldn't name one person? I'm not asking for the best. I'm saying there's 6 or 7 people who I would say, yeah, you're right, to that question.
Well, like the ones now that you know, like you've known.
Oh no, it doesn't even have to be people I know.
Like Patrick, John.
Now my friends
Brandon
now are no different than my friends then. I've had the same friends now for over 10 years.
Patrick,
or
John,
20
Brandon,
in some cases.
Corey.
But yeah.
Other than them, like I don't know, like I mean, lots of people.
Do you know who my longest friend has been? Because there's someone I've been friends with for 22 years.
No, I can't.
Marcia.
Okay, I should have known that.
Because her and I met in kindergarten.
Kindergarten, that's right.
And we still talk.
I should have known that, yeah. Marcia.
I don't know who your friend is.
Well, I don't really
I could name friends, but
I
don't
know
know if
I don't have a friend.
Well, you have friends.
I have friends, but to have a friend, no, not really. Like,
Favorite music? I know you like Neil Diamond, Bryan Adams.
I like oldies, basically.
Yeah, golden oldies.
I like oldie music. Like your father always said, I was stuck in the past. I said, well, I could understand the past. The music had a meaning that you could get, whereas the stuff today, it's just garbage. Like it doesn't. Most of it doesn't have any meaning to it. Like it doesn't. You can't understand what they're saying most of the time. It's screaming or it's
Well, okay.
noises or something. It's not words.
Well, what's my favorite music?
I don't honestly know. You like some types of music like that.
I don't have an answer to this question, honestly. Because week to week, it's a different answer to that question.
I mean, you have listened to some music that I listen to.
Yeah. Well,
But I mean,
I remember in grade 8, I had a real 60s and 70s kick because I was addicted. Do you remember when I was addicted to infomercials? And I would watch infomercials for fun?
No.
Because I remember watching what's that blender? The Magic Bullet. I watched that, and there was some 60s music collection with Donny Osmond did the infomercial for. I recently, within the last 2 or 3 years, found that infomercial online. I sat and watched it one day.
No, I don't remember.
But it
that
had stuff
fetish.
like Chicago and...
Oh, okay, I don't remember that fetish. Can't say as I do.
What is my proudest accomplishment? I definitely don't know yours, but I will ask you yours. What is your proudest accomplishment?
To have children, I guess.
It's not a very fun answer.
Huh?
So it's not a very fun answer.
Okay, well.
Especially seeing as both my brother and I were mistakes.
Well, that's what he says. Or that's what you all say, but, yeah.
Well, I'm not going to say... Well, I can't say you having kids was a mistake, but me coming as early as I did and you wanting to stop before my brother was around, I think it's fair to say.
Well, like I said before, everything happens for a reason. It was meant to be, or it wouldn't have been, because everything happens for a reason. I was so late in life that I knew if I didn't have kids before long, I wouldn't have any. So it may have come unexpectedly, but not, you learn to adjust to things, but like I say, things happen for a reason. And as far as your brother coming along after, I couldn't make up my mind actually when I went to the doctor. And you have to be sure. He kept telling me, you have to be sure because we can't change it once you decide. I said, well, I couldn't make up my mind. I wasn't thoroughly ready to make up that decision if I only wanted one or not. I couldn't make up my mind. So after a while, I finally said, well, yeah, fine, go ahead. But I still wasn't convinced that was the answer. So, like I say.
Well, in hindsight, are you glad you had two instead of just the one?
I would never have wanted just one child. Because I know too many single kids, and I could wring their necks. Because they don't learn values that more than one learn. They can, but it's harder. Because they don't have anyone else to talk to argue with, to get along with, to learn how to fight or share, and that's not their fault. It's just there's not another person that they can learn that with, and it's hard for a parent to teach that to a kid because it's not the same, because the parents can't play with kids like another kid could.
Yeah.
So they're missing out on things. So to me, an only child is missing out on stuff. To me, it's better to have at least two than one. Or, you could have more, but I don't think it's, even today, where I work, there's a person there that's an only child. And they know everything. They think. They don't really, but they think they know everything.
Well, okay, so what do you think my proudest accomplishment is? I mean, there's not that much I've accomplished. I'm still relatively young, but
Well, I don't know, because
well, I have some idea maybe, but I'm wondering if there's something like growing up I did that I was proud of that you remember.
I remember when you fellas were growing up, everything you's made I saved. When you went to school, every item you's made I saved. Snowman, jewelry boxes, necklaces, cards for Mother's Day. I have a stack of things. I have a box of stuff I've saved from the time you were small, of things that you made or done or whatever.
Yeah.
Like I kept all those things that you's made. But as far as what you did, I don't really know what you would consider what you did as an accomplishment. What do you consider?
Well, I've really only done a few things that I think you could even label as an accomplishment.
Well, I mean, to me, it's an accomplishment for a child to finish school, period. That's an accomplishment. I mean, I know it may be required of everyone or expected, but still, not everybody can do it.
I'd not say that I didn't feel accomplished. If I'm just doing something everyone else is doing, I personally don't feel... Well, that's
But
not
some
true.
people struggle with it. Some people have a hard time. So, I mean, to make it, it's still an accomplishment, even if you don't see it that way, because not everybody has it as easy to get by. Like me, myself, I would agree with that because I struggled all through school because I had a really hard time in school because I didn't get it or I didn't understand it or I had to struggle for every mark that I got. Like, you know, it didn't come easy. So to me, that's an accomplishment. If you can achieve something that you're struggling at, that's an accomplishment. Doesn't matter what it is.
I think for me, and a bunch of different smaller things go into this bigger one, which is probably why it's the biggest for me, is getting my own place.
Okay, well, yeah,
Because, well, when I moved here, I didn't have a place.
true.
And then I was on a friend's couch until I got a place myself in a
That's
strange
true.
city.
And knew no one, well, only other than few people that you worked with.
Yeah.
That's true.
So I would say that.
Yes, that's definitely an accomplishment. And since then, in the short time, you...
And now part of that does have to do with, at least at the time, I only had, I think, one or two other friends that had their own place.
Right.
So, if I was the last person in my circle of friends, I don't know if I'd feel as accomplished. I'd feel like a bit of a slacker maybe, but
Well,
where I was one of the first,
that's true. That is, yeah. Because you were able to achieve what they couldn't before them.
and
Not that it's a race, but...
no, and that's not really a knock against them. It's just
No.
I didn't feel accomplished graduating college or high school because everyone around me was doing it. So I'm just saying if I was either
For
in the
your own
middle
personal thing.
in the
yeah.
middle of my friends or the last, I just wouldn't feel it because everyone else around me had already done it.
Yeah, okay. You would just be expected to do it because everybody else did it. Sort of thing. Yeah, I suppose.
What person outside of family members has influenced you the most?
Me?
I have two answers to this question.
What person outside of family influenced me the most? Well, I don't know if I can answer that.
Or maybe you don't have it.
I don't know if I can answer that exactly.
Well, okay. Well, then we'll narrow it down to family members. Unless you don't want to single anyone out, make anyone else feel bad about not being picked.
I don't know. As far as family members, who I would have... I don't know. I would probably say as much as I didn't get along would be my mother.
I think sometimes.
Because I remember once I wanted an opinion of something and she wouldn't give it. And I thought, And I was actually looking for one, but I didn't get the answer I wanted. But it stuck with me. And I forget what I asked her, and she said, her answer to me at the time was, if you're old enough to move out on your own, you're old enough to make your own decisions. But I was really looking for her opinion on the situation. But I can't remember what it was, because I was probably 18, maybe 19.
Yeah.
It was after I had moved out of the house for a while, but it wasn't that long. But something I wanted to know, and I went to her and I asked. And that's the answer she gave me. And it always stuck in my head. If you're old enough to move out your own, you're old enough to make your own decisions. In other words, I'm not going to tell you what to do, because if you can move away, you can figure it out yourself. But I was hoping for something, but I didn't get it. That's what I got. And ever since then, that plagues me, that sentence, because I thought, why wouldn't she give me her opinion at least? But she wouldn't. She wouldn't give me any answer. So that's what I was stuck with. So I took it from that. After that, I'm thinking, after that, when things come up to me that I didn't know what to do, I'm thinking, well, I left home, I got to decide for myself. So from that moment on, but maybe that's why she said that, so I would think for myself, rather than rely on somebody else. I don't know. But after that, that's what I would think of that, what she said to me, and that's what I would do. Put forward my own whatever into it. But as far as the other, I don't know.
I have two, and one's a little unfair, so I'll say that second.
Yeah.
The top of the list would be that there's anyone who listened to me talk before wouldn't be surprised by it. There's a director named Kevin Smith, who I've never met.
Okay.
But I would put him up the top.
Up at the top of the list. How has he influenced you?
Just the
things he's done or things he said?
Well, even just for starters, the idea of interviewing your parents in a podcast, I took from him.
Okay.
I thought, I'd like to do that someday. The fact that he doesn't care about, even though he's a director, he doesn't really care about fame. He wants to make something that he wants to make, and he doesn't particularly care if it's good or bad. If he enjoyed it, he's happy with it. He made a movie.
That sounds like my philosophy.
A couple years ago. Well, it's not too dissimilar, but we've never really talked about that kind of stuff.
No.
A couple years ago, he made a movie with his daughter.
Oh, okay.
It reviewed absolutely terribly, but he said, I didn't care what the reviews were. I just wanted to make a movie with my daughter.
Makes sense.
And now, while I haven't made that many things of my own, I like that mindset. Now, obviously, he's a little more financially stable to make those kinds of decisions, but still, I'd put him on the list. The second one is a little, I don't know, a mix of corny and bias. Is my current girlfriend.
Okay.
I would say she's, without doing it on purpose, has made me see a lot of things
differently.
Well, she's much more mature than I am. I wouldn't say I'm immature. No, I definitely would. I pay my bills. I got a job and I got my own place. But I'd still say I'm relatively immature. But she's much more put together.
Why do you think that is?
I don't know.
Like, did she have different advantages than you?
Nope.
Or maybe things just come to her easier?
Probably.
I mean, some people things come to them easier than others. Like, they don't have to work at stuff. Stuff just comes to them automatically.
But that's more day to day. Like, I used to be, I don't know how much I would have been like this to you, but I used to be pretty negative to everything. My favorite thing to do was complain. I loved it. I loved to watch a movie just so I could make fun of it. That's my favorite thing to do in the world.
I complain a lot. I've been told that.
I don't see it.
I'm a chronic complainer.
I personally don't see it.
Oh, trust me.
She switched me to
Constantly.
instead if I watch something, and even if I don't like it, she'd ask, "What's something you did like about it?"
So to turn the table, so
Yeah.
to speak.
And so now, if I do a movie review or something, I keep the negativity out of it completely. Keep it to myself. Might tell friends, but if I'm putting something out in the world, or if someone's asking my
You
opinion,
focus on the positive.
I will say the good now. Where only a couple years ago, I would have just tore it apart for 20 minutes.
So you focus on the positive as opposed to the negative.
And this might be in my head, but I feel like that has made me a happier person to not be ripping things apart all the time.
I have heard that.
Now, it took a while, and I still like to do it from time to time, but
That makes sense, though.
what is, or if you had one, your childhood nickname in school or growing up, if you ever had one?
I only remember ever having one nickname, and that was in grade 7. My nickname was Mel because in society, well, even they probably do it to an extent nowadays, but things are so different now, I can't say for sure. But when I was growing up, there was always, kids were always still in cliques like they are nowadays. You got your sports cliques, your brain cliques, your I'm better than you cliques, you get all these different cliques that kids hang out in.
Yeah.
Well, there was also the group of, who don't touch or go near them, you might catch something type. I got stuck to one of them one day on the school bus because there was nowhere else to sit on the bus. And the person's name was Melvin. So, of course, hence after that day, hey, Mel, how you doing? How you doing, Mel? I get that every day for 2 or 3 years, and it finally just kind of faded away when I got up to high school. But started in grade 7. I don't know what ever become of this person named Melvin. I really don't know.
Mm.
But we were all the same age. We all went to school together. But I mean, I don't know why that cloud was on this person. Like, he wasn't the only one. There was probably some other ones
Well, I mean,
too. But kids,
that's just school. That's just how kids are.
well, yeah, like even nowadays you probably get that to a point. But that's the only nickname I remember really having, was that one. Mm-hmm.
Do you remember what mine was? Because I had one for several years.
Mump.
Yep. Mump.
When you said that, I'm thinking, Mump. I don't know why that popped into my head. It just come to me. I'm thinking, you used to be called Mump, I remember. I don't remember how long, but yeah.
It's
Don't ask me how I even remember
couple
that.
years.
I do remember that. Mump. That's right. Huh. I kind of forgot, but yeah. It just popped in my head.
Now I was named after, I guess no different, but this wasn't a real person. I was named after a cartoon character. Who
Did
was
not know that.
a fat kid with glasses who did whatever anyone told him to do.
I did not know that.
And I was a fat kid with glasses who would do whatever anyone told them to do, so I was called Mump.
I did not know that.
It's from a show called Undergrads.
Undergrads. I don't know if I remember that.
A show that, if you care about age ratings, probably shouldn't have been watching at the time, but I mean, it's not that bad. It aired on Teletoon.
No, okay.
But it was one of those like Teletoon at night shows.
Oh,
More for adults, but still not that bad.
Yeah, okay. Yeah, I don't know if I remember that. Does ring a bell.
Well, I don't think I would have ever watched it around you.
Probably.
It was a
not.
little worse than shows like Family Guy, but not. I guess it was closer to like South Park, maybe,
Yeah.
to put it to closer to something you might recognize.
Next. No.
But if you don't have Anything else you'd like to say?
Not that I can think of.
You know, I made a questions because that list had 30, but only about 5 were good. The rest were kind of crap.
Why?
Well, they were like, what's your child's favorite school subject? Or who's their favorite teacher? Like, I'm out of school. Like, that stuff doesn't matter.
Insignificant.
Do you know who my favorite teacher was?
Honestly, no.
One has a little unfair advantage because he taught me for 3 years.
And I can't say as I do.
Mr. Graham.
Okay.
Because he taught me grade 6, 7, 8. Because as he got promoted to the new grade, I went up with him. So he was my teacher for 3 years.
Yeah, okay.
So he's
I
a
remember him, yeah.
little unfair because I had him so long.
I do remember that name, yeah.
And my electronics and physics teacher. He's got a place in my heart too. Mr. Caldwell.
Caldwell, I don't remember that name. I remember Mr. Graham, I can see his face. But
He kicked a kid once because the kid said he wouldn't do it. And I've always respected that.
the kid said he wouldn't do it?
Yep.
And he did it.
Yep.
It's wonder he didn't get in trouble.
Well, it was... They weren't fighting. This was a semi-consensual.
Well. No. I don't remember that name, Caldwell. But I do remember Graham, though.
Well, this would have been like grade 11 and 12.
Yeah.
At that point, you weren't really seeing my
No.
teachers.
No. As long as you weren't failing, yeah, I had no purpose to, yeah. I don't remember seeing them. Only a couple.
Actually, I guess we'll end with one more thing. What... I was going to ask, what do you hope I do with my life? But it's going to be a boring answer of I hope you just do well. Where do you want to be in the future?
Where do I want to be in the future?
Yeah. Or what do you want to do?
Well, I don't honestly know. I'm thinking I might like to do a little traveling because I never have.
Or where'd you like to go? Ignore money. Where's somewhere you'd like to go?
I've always wanted to go to England because I like their accent. Just for the sake of hearing them talk. I love the English accent. Or, I do like the Australian accent too.
Well, they're pretty similar.
I've met a person from there when I worked uptown. Like, he used to come for work purposes. He'd be in the city and he used to go to the Reggie's all the time. And I could listen to him talk for hours. But just because of his accent, that's all. And I thought, it'd be kind of neat to go to a place where everyone talks like that.
One thing you never think of is we have an accent too, because we don't sound like them.
No.
I've been told I have a terrible one.
Well,
I don't hear it, obviously.
When I first moved to the city, I always got, where are you from? You got an accent. I went, no, I don't. Well, yeah, you do. I said, well.
No, you well.
And I'd tell them where I was from, but.
Not so much your sister, but definitely your younger brother.
Yeah.
Huh. Well, I guess Peter. You and him sound alike.
Well, we were always a lot alike. We were always like two peas in a pod. I hung out with him a lot when
your sister definitely doesn't have the same accent.
No,
but
she's
you
in a
and him
different-
do.
Yeah. We were similar. I hung out with them a lot years ago. Like, I used to do things with him more than the other ones. Than the other two. But, like, the twins were different. They just, I don't know. They're in a different category, but... Man.
It's vaguely... I don't know. It's sort of country-ish.
Yeah.
Even though you didn't grow up that far outside of the city. Only, well, I mean, it was an hour, but that's not that far.
If you didn't hear it... I mean, if everybody talked the same, you wouldn't see it. But if you went elsewhere, like you say, somebody else would notice that you weren't from there.
Well, in university, one of my closest friends in school was from BC. And so to him, everyone had an accent.
Right.
And he said mine was
different.
really bad.
Different than the rest.
Well, not different, just thick. Now, I don't know how many people hear that, but...
I don't know.
So travel.
Possibly travel, yeah. It has crossed my mind. I mean, I never could before. Your father was always a homebody, so I didn't push it. And we never had the funds to do so. But now that I can, I may. I may not either, but it's been in the back of my head that maybe I should do things that I never did before, like travel or go to more concerts or, stuff like that I didn't do or couldn't afford to do before. I may attempt to do so now because I can.
Mm.
Or hopefully we'll be able to sometime. But, I mean, that may not work out, but that's my hopes.
Well, I guess we'll end it there. Thank you for doing this.
You're welcome.
Maybe we'll do it again if you say you travel somewhere.
Yeah.
Or years and years down the road, if you have grandkids, maybe I'll ask you what that's like. But
I've heard it's quite different. From people I know that have them. I work with a lady that has grandkids, and she goes on more about them than her own kids, like as if she owns them, and she's more concerned of what they do than what her own kids did or do. And I'm like, you're their grandmother, you're not their mother. But she goes on and on and on, and it's like, really? I thought, I don't know if that's what it's like for everybody. I don't know. But apparently for this one it is. But they're not babies either.
yeah.
Like the youngest is 7, I think. And the oldest is 23. But, yeah.
I guess that's it. And oh, Jesus.